Good morning, and welcome to the proceedings of the Grand Rapids Public School Board. Thank you for joining us. Today is Saturday, February 8th, and let's just get started. Ms. Lewis, can we do a roll call?
Present.
Mr. Ross?
Present.
Ms. Shockey?
Here.
Ms. Williams?
Present.
Dr. Baker?
Here.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Dr. Flores?
Present.
Ms. Teal? President Grant?
Present. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, so I have a few housekeeping notes for us. As we know, today we will have the chance to have a first-time meeting with the top 5 candidates. For anyone who would like to fill out a comment card, we have comment cards specifically for today's proceedings. You can fill one out for each candidate if you like. For those who are listening to the live stream, we do have an email address where you can send your feedback. That email address is superintendentsearch@grps.org. So feel free throughout the day to engage with us through that as well. The live stream will be happening throughout the duration of the process today. Do we have public comment for agenda items and non-agenda items? We do not. Okay. Well, making sure I've gone through all of my notes for you all.
Just a reminder, we do have Spanish interpreters,
Yes.
so we want to make sure that we speak.
That we're speaking clearly for those. Yes, thank you. Those are all my notes? Are those all my notes? I'm making sure. Okay. All right, well, we are ready.
A little bit.
We're a little early.
The candidate is not quite ready yet.
We are a little early, so.
That makes my lady look better.
Okay. So we're gonna do a handshake.
You know, oh, never mind.
Oh, this is for you. An introduction to your name. You know, she's. Dr. Flores knows he'll be the first person to introduce himself.
Good morning. Good.
Good morning, Ms. Roby.
Good morning.
My name is President Grant, and so you have met all of my colleagues. We are happy to have you this morning. So we will have the next 75 minutes with you. We are excited about that time. Each candidate, including yourself and the other 4 candidates, will be asked the same questions. At this time, we won't have any follow-up questions for you. We want to make sure that all of the candidates have the same opportunity. We will do about 5 minutes at the end for you to be able to ask any questions that you have of us. Going through my notes to make sure I have everything.
All right, take your time.
Yes, so that is it. We will get started.
All right. Well, good morning again, everyone, and good morning.
So please take 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of your background and introduce yourself.
Sure. I am, first of all, very excited to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Leadriane Roby, and my background and what excites me about being here, I'll kind of walk through my career. I began my career in Minnesota, and I started out actually when I was in undergrad. I was trying to figure out kind of what it is that I want to do professionally for my career. And I had the opportunity to actually work in a latchkey extended day program. And I was a young mother, and working in an extended day program, I was actually the director of the program. That's when I had my spark of this is my passion and this is my calling. And while doing that, I was completing my degree, finished my degree in elementary education. My first teaching position was actually as a 3rd grade PALS inclusion teacher. And what that means, PALS is a program for academic language and support. And what was phenomenal about that experience as a new teacher, and you know, when you're a new teacher, you're learning your craft, you're learning the content. I was paired with a more experienced special education teacher, and so we did a push-in model. And what was phenomenal about that, as I'm still kind of developing my own craft, I learned how to differentiate early on in my career, and I've taken that forward in every aspect of my career. Learning not just the curriculum, but looking at the students who are in front of me and figuring out how to give them access and make sure that they have entry points in different ways and make sure that it looks different. And then also the benefit of co-teaching with another professional was phenomenal, because I had at the time the newest best practices around curriculum and instruction, and she had tried and true methods. So that worked really well between the two of us. As my career advanced, I was asked to be a reading coordinator, and it was the Success for All reading program. What that included, I was a reading coordinator for a pre-K through 8 building, and that included providing support, professional development, mentoring for classroom teachers around instructional practices specifically to reading and in content areas. Worked very closely with about 60 teachers leading professional development for those folks, pre-K through 8, and that was also, and I think I said this, but I'll make sure I say it, this was in Minneapolis Public Schools. From there, the principal asked me to take on the role of assistant principal, and she saw the leadership in me, and I was a assistant principal for a year, working to support the vision of the building, working on school improvement processes, the mechanics of schools with schedules and things of that nature. Was recruited to come here to Michigan in 2001, and I was a middle high school principal about an hour south from here in Covert, Michigan. The reason I was asked to come here is about my structure and my ability to look at programs and to help programs come alive. Did that work at the middle high school for about five years, and during the time, worked with the team and really turned the program around. Graduation rates increased and improved. Working with, and the community is it's a rural community, and so being creative about how do you get resources in the community, partnering with neighboring districts as well as applying for grants. One of the things that teachers said that they needed was more professional development, and worked to get a comprehensive school comprehensive school reform grant, which was all about practices, best practices, and then also resources and how do you connect resources for students to make them actionable and livable. As an outcome of that, graduation rates increased. We created a mentoring program for our students who had not had always a lot of experience and exposure to post-secondary options. And then also, in one of my kind of capstone moments in that experience, was able to get $1 million in scholarships for high school students who previously had not had an opportunity to go to college or a pathway to go to college. And that was both with local scholarships and national scholarships. Worked very closely with the team, my teacher leaders, to make sure that these programs were sustainable. Also developed within that time a alternative education program for our students who are off track, ensuring that we could help them recover their high school careers and make sure that they could graduate on time. And so they're non-traditional students, so they may not have graduated in the 4-year time frame, but were able to complete their education. The superintendent asked me, would I be willing to go to the elementary building and do some of the same work? And elementary is my passion. I began my career in elementary, and I was like, oh, absolutely. Went over to the elementary building, saw increases in, at the time they were called MEEP, I think now they're called the MSTEP or MySTEP assessments, but saw increases in both literacy, mathematics, and science, and created writing programs with our leadership team to make sure that writing was embedded across various content areas and not just in the area of literacy. Was recruited at that point to come to Minneapolis and work back in my home district at that time, which was Minneapolis Public Schools. The superintendent asked me to come. It was a high poverty school, needed to have, she was aware of some of the work that I had done here in Michigan and wanted me to see if I could replicate some of that work. Came back to Minneapolis, worked in a school in the North Minneapolis area, was able to bring programs and partnerships through the Minnesota Vikings, the Target Corporation, and also the Northside Achievement Zone, which was a $28 million Promise Neighborhood Zone that is kind of that full wraparound service for students and support. At this point, the superintendent was asked, would I be willing to also take on additional leadership roles? So while I was a building principal, I was also an assistant associate superintendent. And so I worked very closely with a small portfolio of schools in North Minneapolis and also in South Minneapolis, helping those principals develop their leadership and their vision around their school improvement plans and helping them with their quarterly reviews as they report to their community and such around the practices and the work that they were doing. And which will lead me to kind of my current position. My superintendent in Richfield, which is a suburb of Minneapolis, recruited me and said, would you be, he was a new superintendent at the time and asked, would you come over to Richfield? I'm familiar with your work around equity and partnerships and business programs and also the work that you've done with achievement. Would you come to, this district? And I said, sure, I'll like to give it a try. I'd like to kind of continue to grow and expand. Went to Richfield, and in my current role, I'm the assistant superintendent. My work includes primarily pre-K through post-secondary curriculum development, but I also do work around, and I'm talking about the things that I directly lead. I also do work around community education and professional development for district staff, including upper district executive management, directors, teachers, and support staff. I do work and have done work sessions with the school board around different activities related to their goals. And then in partnership with other things, I do co-lead safe and supportive schools, have done a lot with human resources and development for recruiting and diversifying our teaching force. And so in that district, I've had kind of my hands in a lot of different pots. And that kind of brings me up to date to what my professional career has been up to this point.
Thank you. So I'm also going to ask you question number 1, and then from there, we will do a round robin style, beginning with Dr. Flores. So
Okay.
the first question is, describe your leadership style. Please include examples of how you would delegate authority and maintain accountability.
Leadership style,
Yes.
authority, and
How you would
accountability.
delegate authority and maintain accountability.
Okay. My leadership style, I would say what comes to mind for me, I'm very collaborative. I believe in engaging the voices of other stakeholders. It is important as I lead departments and areas of the district to certainly communicate what my vision is around the work and ask for input from those who directly support that work or are ancillary to the work, and making sure that there's a common understanding of the expectations. It is an opportunity to also develop other leaders that are working with me. When you talk about accountability, I think having measures and goals with the team that I lead currently. We have goals, we have a district goal, and then we have our own individual goals, and we meet on a regular basis to talk about how our work is progressing, where there are some opportunities for continued growth, where are some refinement areas. And so for maintaining accountability, it includes having that touch point with my team around the work that they're doing to see where I can help redirect or provide support, or even among the team where we can have shared interests and share across the organization versus having our work siloed and not necessarily connected. We do follow our district school improvement plan. I probably should have started with that first. That is our driving force around our work, making sure that the work that we are doing is aligned to ensure that we are making sure that we are meeting the measures of that school improvement plan. As far as authority, I think it's having conversations with people. I believe in being transparent about what it is that the expectations are, and then also having conversations when things may have been misunderstood and giving an opportunity for correction. But I always do it with respect and grace for where people are, but holding people accountable. And in turn, I want them to hold me accountable too for the work that I say that I am going to do. Within my team, as I said, we share our goals, and I share my goals on these are the things that I'm working on this year under the areas of leadership and process and professional development, and asking for feedback from them around what that looks like. But then also I hold them to that same standard. And so we meet collectively weekly as a team, and then also I have one-on-one time with my team members to talk about what their goals are and where they might be needing some support.
All right. During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district? And what specific steps would you take?
Okay. So in full transparency, I have researched the district and have looked at the academic and transformation plan. And so I think it's important to start with where you've been, the things that you're doing. So I have a better understanding of the work that has been taking place. And what I can tell you are the strengths of this district of Grand Rapids Public Schools. Achievement has been up, graduation, double-digit numbers for graduation, and then even within the subgroups of African-American students, your Latino students, and ELL, there's been significant increases over the last 3 to 5 years, upwards of 15%. And then I think with the ELL population, 33%, if I'm not mistaken. So graduation has been up. With the academic, the transformation plan, there's 4 tenets that are under the areas of content areas of social studies, language arts, mathematics, and science. And then the 5th one is around development of the whole child. And there have been resources put behind each one of those areas to see the positive outcomes that you've had. And so another strength would be the resources with additional social workers and a connection to parent academy and different things like that. So it's the whole child, including their families, and making sure that they're engaged in the community and in the work. Another area, recently the district was awarded became a promise zone, and I think that provides a wonderful opportunity and could be a game changer for the community over as students graduate from high school and matriculate onto post-secondary options, either a 2-year or 4-year institution. And so that has impact on the overall value of the community. So there's a lot of positive things that I've noticed. And again, it goes back to that transformation plan, making sure that the tenets of it are actionable and you're able to see it and it's been evidenced that way. With areas of weakness and again, I am giving an overview of weakness. I certainly don't want to, say this is what I think. It is what I think, but I want to talk about it from the standpoint of, the data that I've seen, and so some questions or wonderings that I would have, specifically as there are 54 schools in the district, and there's lots of choice, and the one of the branding items is Grand Rapids My Choice, and you look at theme schools versus magnets or in the traditional neighborhood schools. A wondering that I have around that would be, how are those neighborhood schools performing against the theme schools, and what opportunities for the students who may go through the traditional comprehensive high schools and some of the neighborhood schools, are they still having access to environmental science or music and art and education, and how does that provide a window? So, I know that obviously a theme school, you might go a little bit deeper, but it's about how are you providing access for students who may not be at that particular school site, and because they're all of your students, and you want to make sure that they may be interested in some of those things, and how do you develop that in a different way? And so to go back to the broader question is, what would I do? I think you start first by listening, talking to people, having conversations around what's going on, what's going well, what are some things, that have worked well for you, what are some things that you've had concerns about, learning the organization, and that includes not just the kind of what's the data, the district data, but also programs and how they worked for people and how they felt about it. And so I would spend a significant amount of time around kind of digging into that, talking to folks, and making observations. And then also, I think it's important, as I am getting to know your community and you're getting to know me, I have to offer a piece of myself around who I am so that we can make that connection as well. And then create and build the work together. With your transformation plan, I think you're in iteration 3 of it, and it seems to be working for the community. I don't ever plan to come in and just kind of disrupt. That's not the work. It's about how do you fine tune. And so you look at what's going well, what are some opportunities for continued development, what are some things that, we may need to take another look at this to see, this was our original plan, but now that we have this data or this experience, this is where we need to tweak. And so I would spend some time kind of doing that, and then building that plan together with stakeholders, which also includes students and staff, community members around that, what that looks like, and making sure that it's communicated transparently across the organization, so there aren't secrets as to, this is the work and this is kind of the direction that we're going to continue to grow in. Is this my water? Okay. I'm talking a lot and I'm like, whoo. Thank you.
I'll let you catch your breath there. So how would you build, or how do you build a good working relationship between the board and yourself, especially such a strong and engaging board as this one? So,
Dr. Baker, could you repeat that last little bit?
How would you build a good working relationship between yourself and the board?
Okay. I think it starts, again, kind of some of the things I just laid out around listening and learning. Having a board superintendent relationship, my experience has been around being very transparent, around communications. In my district at present, I have opportunities to be in front of the board and to present information, both in formal board meetings as well as work sessions and study sessions that we participated in. But also, it's important as a superintendent to make sure that the board has formal communication patterns with you. And so I would connect with the board chair to find out what is the expectation around the formal processes. Is it a weekly kind of newsletter to update what's taking place? And then also spending time individually with each board member to find out kind of what their desires are. And so I know that you speak as a whole, as a collective, but also finding out kind of that nuanced things around what are the areas that you are most interested in. And then to have a positive relationship, again, about open communication. I don't believe in keeping secrets from board. I think that as I am working through something, and my experience has been when something is going on in the district, to make sure that the board is aware of it and communicate. I know that the board is governance, and I do the work, or the people that I support do the work, but it's about making sure that you have an awareness of what's taking place, because no board member wants to find out from a community member about something that's taken place and the superintendent has not bothered to have a conversation. And so having that transparent communication, open communication, both formally through written or email or whatever that looks like, and then also informally to connect with each board member, I think is critical. In my current role, I have an opportunity, and I've gotten to know several of our board members as individuals as we sit on some state boards where we where I've had opportunities to sit on state boards with them around areas of the legislative agenda and equity. And so that's provided an opportunity, kind of that one-on-one relationship, but then also, as I said, professional development that I have led for board members and through study sessions and work sessions. So both formally and informally.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi.
How would you recruit, retain, and prepare a diverse instructional staff?
So this has been my experience. This is my wheelhouse, and recruiting and retention of teachers, that goes hand in hand. They're directly tied. So when we're talking about recruiting of teachers, being in partnership with local colleges, having a relationship with the broader community, being a part of various education groups has helped. I have been, as part of the assistant superintendent, and then also my team, have been very intentional about how we've gone about recruiting teachers and diversifying our teaching force. I have to say, in the state of Minnesota, I'm just going to give you kind of a broad kind of example, and then I'll go deep with a specific. In the state of Minnesota, the teaching force is 4% teachers of color, 96% are white. And in my district, it was about 3% when I first came. At present, and I just looked recently, we're at 12%. And so we have one of the most diverse teaching forces in the state. I think we were listed third behind Minneapolis and St. Paul. And I think the reason why we've seen that change is around our approach, having personal relationships with the colleges in the metro area, in partnership, making sure that as pre-service teachers, in partnership, allowing them to student teach in our buildings, and also having their pre-service experience through practicums, I think is important. I go every year just before students are ready to graduate from their colleges and meet with their teaching and learning team and do kind of like a session and asking them, telling them about our district, telling them about the resources and support that we provide, but also telling them more broadly about what does it mean to be a professional and what does it mean to have success in a district. My dissertation was on the impact and influence of mentoring teachers and how they carried their professional practices forward. And so when I say this is my wheelhouse, this is my wheelhouse. I believe in supporting teachers. When you get them into your district, you have to have structures that allow them to be successful, both formally through a mentor, but then also also informally making sure that they have connections to others within the district, because people will come to your district, they won't stay if they don't feel welcome and if they don't feel connected. So being very intentional. We have developed in the district and I've done this in partnership with one of my teachers of colors, teacher leaders, having sessions where teachers of affinity groups can come together and just talk and build relationships so that they don't feel isolated, that they do feel connected to other folks in the district of color. I sometimes sit in those groups and sometimes I allow them to kind of talk, but I want them to make sure that they do have a connection to one another. Recruit, retain, preparing diverse professional staff. And again, it's about ensuring that creating that action plan so people understand what their work is, being very deliberate as teachers are getting ready for their evaluations, and that can be kind of intimidating for teachers, especially those initial first-year teachers. Meeting with them beforehand to talk about their lesson plans. And when I'm saying not me personally, I have sent, our instructional coaches and mentors. I meet with them and kind of it fans out. Meeting with them so that they feel prepared, and then also asking them to share the feedback that they get from their principal around their evaluation so they can make some corrections and growth. And again, we've seen from 4% to 12% growth, and our teachers are staying, and it's because they feel a part of our community and they feel connected, and I think that's important.
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency, in the district, and be specific with regards to the actions you would take?
Okay. So, trust is something I think that it has to be important to you. And as a leader, when people say that they trust me, I value that. And I think it's about being honest with folks, having conversations, engaging them in meaningful ways. And how I would build trust in the district and in the superintendency is making myself available to staff, having conversations with folks, asking them their thoughts, and really listening. And I think it's critical that when you ask people their opinions, you have to be able to hear what they're saying, even if you agree or not, but be able to hear what they're saying and seeing where it applies within the organization. When you talk about building trust within the community and the superintendency, it reminds me of change, when managing complex change. And it's important for the superintendent, as superintendent, to be successful, to have a vision around what the work is, skills, have incentives for folks to do their work, resources, and an action plan. And where the action plan, to get specific to folks, is kind of saying, what is the work and how are we going to get there, and who have I engaged along the way? And it's not just me doing it, it's the work that we're doing collectively. So that's how you build trust. You allow people to do the work, you communicate the vision. I would communicate the vision of the district, and making sure that we had people in the right place with the skills and equipping them with the skills to do the work. Making sure that resources were available. Without resources, you end up with people feeling frustrated. Incentivizing, and what I mean by incentives, and I'm not talking necessarily about monetary incentives, but I'm talking about celebrations and recognition. When things are going well, it's important to share with people in a very specific way. Why is it going well? What do you appreciate about them, or appreciate about the work that they're doing, so that they're motivated to continue. And so that's kind of how I would approach that, making sure that it was a clear vision and having those components in place to make sure that I'm able to support and lead the district forward. I think that will help build trust and confidence in the overall district. People watch by what you do, and also they watch when things aren't going well. How do you communicate about what hasn't gone well and what you're going to do differently? And so that's how you build both trust and confidence. But start with a plan.
Thank you.
What will you do to address and promote the social emotional well-being of our students and staff?
So again, I would go back to that transformation academic plan, because there is a tenet around supporting the whole child, and look specifically at what strategies are in place, what resources have been in place to align with that strategy to make it successful. When you're talking about the social emotional support of your students, having external resources or resources within your community through social workers and mental health workers and such, making sure that those are built into school systems, making sure that students have access to that in different ways. For support of the staff, I think that includes training. As a longtime educator, I can say my initial training from my teacher preparation program, I don't know that I got a lot of support on how do you deal and how do you engage folks who may be having needing some additional support outside of curriculum. I got the kind of the technical work, but you're talking about adaptive work. How do you look at who's before you and what systems you have in place to ensure that the teachers feel equipped to manage students who may have some mental health challenges or need mental health support or need resources, and their families may need those resources. And I think, you can do that through professional development. In the plan, I noticed that resources have been put aside specifically around that, making sure that teachers have training on I'm not going to call it's responsive classroom, but I know that several of the schools, I think 30 plus schools, have gone through restorative practices. There it is. I knew I was going to get it. Haven't had my coffee yet, so brain's starting to kind of kick in. Restorative practices. And so, again, making sure that the staff is equipped to do the work that they need to do so that you can get to the instruction. And what we know about students now that maybe we didn't know then is that it is the whole child. You can't separate how students come to you and present to you from, I'm just going to teach the content and I'm just going to, kind of push my way through the curriculum. If you have students who are in crisis or who have experiences, the ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, who may be homeless or have other experiences that don't allow them to engage into the content, you won't get to the content. And so providing resources for staff around training so that they can see their children as whole beings and seeing what their needs are and having the skills to kind of address it within the classroom community. And then also more broadly, at the schools, what are the system-wide structures of support for positive behavior and within the school system and within the organization as a whole.
Okay. What one decision that you have made in the last year or so would you reverse or at least reconsider or modify?
There are so many decisions that you make. As a leader, I think I'm pretty reflective, and I always look and say, okay, this is what my intent was, and here was the impact of that. And then I try to play back in my mind, like, how do I go backwards and make that change? I would say with respect to curriculum, my district at present is under, we are in the process of construction, and we have 89, we just passed the levy a year and a half ago, and we're under construction for $89 million building bond. So we're, having lots of construction in our buildings, and we're doing it in layers or tiers. And with curriculum and instruction, the work that I lead, it's around development of teachers, and I'm going to tie the two together for a second, so don't think, no, what does that got to do with anything? I'm going to tie the two together in a second. And so we plan our professional development and our, the things that teachers need around this time for the upcoming school year. And so last summer, as we're in the midst of construction, we had, of course, we're on a plan of, buildings have to be ready by this time, and we probably had one of the rainiest summers ever in the state of Minnesota. I mean, it seemed like it rained every day. It was rainy, and so that, of course, delayed construction. And then also, there's a shortage of trades in the area, so that had some impact on that. And so our buildings weren't quite ready when it was time for teachers to come back. And, we have this plan that's aligned to our district strategic plan around rolling out of new curriculum and making sure that teachers have support. And one of the things that, we're trying to navigate on, okay, school's starting, teachers, we have a new curriculum, we have to make sure that they have, teachers are prepared to instruct and use this curriculum once school starts. Well, typical of a perfect storm, when you have, your buildings aren't ready, so teachers can't get into the classrooms, and they're concerned about, of course, getting into the classrooms and not fully engaging in the curriculum and the rollout, the professional development around the curriculum. And so the change that we made, and I'm glad that we did it, and I'm get to how I would move forward differently. We suspended our professional development during workshop week so that once the buildings became ready, teachers could get into their classrooms and move their things back in and get set up so they could feel like they're ready to start school. My anxiety was, oh my gosh, they're going to be in classrooms and have not been adequately prepared around the curriculum. And meeting with my team and talking with our team, we decided we can deliver professional development in a different way using our different platforms. With hybrid learning and different things, and then making sure that they do have access and training around the things that they need to actually instruct, but allowing them to get into their classrooms and work through getting their classroom set up so that they felt like they could welcome students. My team and I and the entire district administrative team, because we're not delivering instruction, we also decided to suspend our work and went to those buildings and helped teachers set up classrooms, moving boxes, getting the libraries together, because it really is, from my perspective, when we talk about school as an organization, as an all, I'm part of that all, and I knew that people were stressed, and our team, kind of deploying my team so that we could help teachers get their classroom set up. And so how we've restructured our professional development during the school year is through learning academies and after school experiences, so teachers are able to get the training that they would have had in August throughout the school year. And as I said, we're in this $89 million building bond construction project that will take place over the next 3 years. We've been thinking about, as we go into this next season of construction, how are we delivering curriculum so that people are ready for the 2021 school year? And so what I would do differently and what I am planning on doing differently, we're front loading it before people leave in June, making sure that there's some access and some opportunities for them to get some of that instruction, and they can opt in. Of course, it's not necessarily mandatory, but they can opt in. So we have a couple of different on-ramps for people to get that training that they will need to lead into the next school year. And also kind of how it connects to a larger community, working with our, I've reached out to our city council for space. So because our buildings you can't be in the space when construction is going on, so using those spaces with our local community partners so that we can have a place for people to get professional development training. So that was kind of my learning around being flexible when things are outside of my control, and how do I kind of adjust and make that change?
Tell us your experience with theme, IB schools, and Montessori programs.
I've had probably the deepest experience around theme schools, and what I call theme, what you call theme, the equivalent would be magnet schools for me. In my district at present, we do have 2 magnet schools. One is a dual immersion language magnet school, Spanish and English, and the other is a STEM school. And so helping the teachers develop the curriculum around that, working with building principals, making sure they have appropriate professional development, has been a lot of the work that I have done. Also with making sure that there's a strong articulation as students leave those schools and go into our middle school and then our high school, making sure that there's a strong articulation so that the teachers at the middle school and the high school have also had training and professional development in either STEM and also with our dual immersion program. One of the things I can say about my dual immersion program, which I'm really proud of, we are one of the only schools in the state that has a full articulation through 12th grade, where students who stay with the dual immersion program also receive a seal of biliteracy. And what that means is when they graduate from Richfield High School, they're able to take that seal and use it for college level courses and credits, and get credits for that. So that saves their family's money. I've had not as much experience with IB programming, and I've not worked directly with Montessori, but I am familiar with kind of the tenets of it. So.
Okay, can you tell us what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? Please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
Success with higher education and business community?
Yeah, your success as a school leader in partnering with higher ed and the business community.
Okay, and the second part, I'm sorry.
While mentioning the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
Sure, okay. So I'll start with business partnerships. Our district, with the work that I've done with the Beacons Network, received a $9 million grant this past August. And what that means with the Beacons Network, it's through partnership with Boys and Girls Club and YMCA. It's providing expanded school day and expanded school time for our students. And what's important about that, it allows students to be in school and be in enrichment courses that they may not have always access to in other areas. Through this partnership, and again, it's a $9 million grant that'll take place over the next 3 years, it's opened doors to local businesses to come into our schools and teach guitar lessons or other things based on what students are interested in. It also has provided an opportunity for our students to connect with our local city government. We have a strong student-led kind of grassroots efforts around government and policies and connecting with our local leaders around what that means. And what I appreciate about it, it gives students choice and voice. Through this partnership, we have a partnership with Best Buy Corporation. Best Buy's headquarters is actually in Richfield's footprint. And we have each summer, beginning with this past summer, students are able to be in partnership and connect with Best Buy. We have a teen tech lab. Also, we have been able to connect with the University of Minnesota, where my middle school students have access to be on campus for a period of time during the summer and we've identified students who would be first-time, probably first-generation college students, allowing them to be on campus. They're in partnership with the Carleton School of Carleton School Business School, and so it's access. They work with other kids from other middle schools across the metro area, and so that's kind of a segue into both professional working life and then also post-secondary opportunities. My other relationships with higher education, during my tenure, we have an alternative education program called RCEP, and these are students who have not traditionally been successful in traditional high schools, but we want to make sure that they have access and continue on to earn their high school diploma and go forward with their lives. I have been in partnership with one of our local colleges, and we've co-located RCEP onto one of the community colleges. Oftentimes with our alternative students, they're older and they have, they're working and they're doing some other things, and this allows them to be with their grade level peers, or age level peers, I should say, on a campus. They're earning high school credits. They're also allowed the opportunity to take college courses and build their confidence towards going to school after high school. That's one partnership. I've brought forward career pathways and College Possible. We have started to kind of look at a relationship with College Possible. And again, it's about having at the secondary level a pathway for our young people to see themselves kind of growing into their career and what are some opportunities for them. Within our schools, we have college in schools where students are able to take classes through the University of Minnesota, also the local community colleges. And again, it's building the opportunity for them. I have to say this point because I think this is important. It's not just about structurally having the things in place. It's about kind of peeling back the layer a little bit and finding out what else. So you can have these programs in place for kids, but if they don't have a way to access it or they don't feel connected to it, it's also working very closely with counselors and making sure that they're bringing this forward and building structures within, so we don't just plop kids in class and they don't have a connection to it. We have what are called seminar classes, so students who are first generation or would be first generation post-secondary students. We have seminar classes tied to those advanced classes and those college courses so that they get some additional resource support and smaller bites to prepare them for their college level course. And I think that's been significant. With relation to success, I put that program in place in partnership with my high school administrative team, we've seen participation of students attending those kind of advanced placement courses in college schools grow from, I think we had about 150 the first year, and when we did an audit this last year, we had about 600 students participate, so it's grown significantly. And we have specifically identified also our students of color, making sure that they have access and making sure, even as we're building out the schedules, that we're pairing kids in classes so they're not the one and only, because sometimes that may feel isolating for kids, making sure that they have an access of other kids that may look like them so that they feel supported. So those are some examples of some successes that I have experienced.
Take a breath.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Roby, how would you address the equity gap between theme and neighborhood schools in GRPS?
You'll probably get tired of me saying this, but I would start by looking at your data so I could look kind of clearly to see who is attending the theme schools versus who's attending the neighborhood schools, because I think that has to be the base, starting with information around, who are the folks. I know in Grand Rapids schools, your demographics state that you have about 70% students of color when you break down by Latino and African American and what is foreign-born, and then 23% students who are identified as white. And so I'd be curious to see what is that racial makeup within theme schools versus neighborhood schools. So I'd start with that. And then peeling it back further, having conversations with those school leaders and teacher leaders. How do kids matriculate to those schools? I know that there's an assessment or an entry exam to participate, and so my question, and these are things that I would be kind of wondering and working through. Is it biased? You know, and if people don't do well, is there another pathway to get into those schools and have access to those schools? And I'm going to talk about access and equivalent success. So I want you to kind of hold that for a second. Access and equivalent success. So making sure that people have an access point, and it can't just be a one-way, you know, this is the only way you can get into a program. What are some other ways that you can gain access for that? When you look at your 54 schools, and I think 14 or so are themed or specially identified schools, the other remaining schools, what is their capstone? What is the thing that draws people to them? Because I think it's important to also celebrate that. Neighborhood schools can be just as rigorous and relevant and engaging as a theme school, but how is that promoted? And kind of asking questions around how do people know about the neighborhood schools and what's being offered? And can, within the theme schools versus the neighborhood schools, access and equivalent success, are there ways to tie some of those theme experiences within those neighborhood schools? So if you're talking about STEM, in my district, really quickly, I have a STEM school, but every other elementary school, we have what's called EIE, which is engineering is elementary, and that allows my other elementary students who go to the non-themed STEM school to also have access to engineering. And so as they matriculate through our system, they still have had some exposure. It may not be as deep as what takes place at STEM, but it does provide an opportunity to engage. And so my question around that would be, for neighborhood schools, how are those themes around engineering and environment and music and drama, how are they embedded within those neighborhood schools? Are there opportunities outside of school time? Because sometimes we forget about out of school time for students to engage in some of those same activities so they can have exposure and success and build their capacity to attend some of those schools. So I think, there's ways to do it, but it's about promoting what's good about schools and then providing, opportunities in different ways. So everybody's not going to test well, but there's other ways to advance and get into those schools. And then having dialogue about where the barriers or where the opportunities have not existed, and then kind of creating a plan from there to make sure that the neighborhood schools also get, for lack of a better word, they get their shine.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in really quickly, Dr. Flores. So we do have 14 more questions
Okay.
to go through
So
with you.
I'll
And I
speed it
want to be sure that we reach all of them. So I
Okay.
don't want to rush you, but I do want to keep that in mind that as we stay with our schedule for the day.
Okay.
We have 14 more.
I'm
All right. Say what you need to say, but I just want you to know that.
Okay. How would you ensure your visibility in our district, and what would you do specifically?
ensuring my visibility, I'm a very strategic and structural person, creating schedules where I am present at different events at all of the schools. In my district, my experience has been, at present, I do create a schedule. I'm in buildings usually twice a week, and I make, it might be formal and it might be more informal I sit with kids, I might sit in ILT meetings, which are instructional leadership team meetings, and participate in those activities. So just being visible by being visible, making sure that I am, engaged and present within the schools, and doing it in a way so I'm not and for me, because I am very process oriented, I create a schedule so I can look at the end of the month to see, okay, have I balanced out the schools equally? I don't want to, participate in one school more than I'm doing another. So just be kind of creating that schedule in my mind.
All right, thanks. You've already made some reference to this question, but provide examples from your experience of innovative programs that accelerate academic outcomes for students, leading to both college and career readiness.
All right, examples of innovative programs. The work around our career pathways, college and career pathways, we currently have and this is a new budding partnership with local businesses. There's 2 dealerships that want to do some things around automative technology with, I'm drawing a blank on my words, but automative technology, where how do we build pathways within the organization so students who are interested in that particular pathway can be in partnership and work at the dealership. And it's not just kind of the mechanical side, it's also the business side, the sales side, the marketing side, and that's something that we have done. When I think about innovation, over the next 5 years, there is a huge push around career and tech education and being aware of that, that there are jobs. Everybody's not going to finish a 4-year degree, but it's about having post-secondary plans for students and allowing them to have access to those plans. And career tech and tech schools and trade schools are a way to kind of help build interest for our young people, and we make sure that we offer those as opportunities and connecting students, and have worked building that out with connecting our students with those programs through our local community college and also our ISD, which has the technical component.
As superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process? Please specify.
The role of the superintendent as a whole, from my perspective, is to provide structures that allow people to be excellent and to resource them appropriately. And what I mean by that is, in part of the budgetary process is, creating that vision, but then also working closely with the finance team around what that work looks like, and being in communication with them around the financial outlook of the district and tying it back to the goals that have been set forth with the strategic plan. As far as the budgetary process, I think it's important as superintendent that I'm always reflective around decisions of finances and how it impacts the larger organization, and looking to include feedback from the community around needs and how it aligns to the plan, but also making sure to communicate very broadly around this is our work and these are the resources and how we've tied those 2 together. And again, working with the finance team to allow them to develop the plan and, develop the budget, not the plan. I developed the plan. And to make sure that that information is presented in a way that the money and the resources are aligned to the things that are included in the academic or the transformation plan.
And what has been your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals, and who should be involved in that planning?
Our district is sunsetting our 2015-2020 strategic plan, and I'm extremely proud of that because in the sense of it is a living, breathing document, 146 items that were included in that plan, and we hit about 130 of them. In that, I have led the work with my superintendent and our executive cabinet under our strategic plan. So we kind of help facilitate the work, but as far as who should be involved, it's the community. It includes a community of parents, of students, stakeholders, business partners, inviting them together to help develop what the plan is for the district. We are in the process of creating 2025, and I am co-leading that effort now. And it involves having stakeholders at different places, holding different meetings to get their feedback, community meetings, PTO meetings, staff meetings, making sure that all tenets of the society, of the larger community are included in that. And so when you ask who should be involved, everybody should be involved because everybody has a vested interest in how the district moves forward, and we need to engage their voice in different places.
What experience have you had working within a community of diverse elements, such as socioeconomic and education levels, languages, English language learners, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
My entire career has been, that has been my career. I have not worked in a community that hasn't had those things. Diverse languages. In my current district at present, there's about 45 different languages that are spoken. We are a district that has 65% students who are identified as disadvantaged or receive free and reduced price meals. Prior to that, in Minneapolis, same thing, 80% of our students were students of color, and so that has been my career. And you treat people as people. You figure out ways to kind of engage them based on what their interests are. So I very much believe, as a leader, achievement in education is for all, and it's my job to reach out and figure out how to connect with those various communities to make sure that they feel included. And sometimes that means me going, or my team going, or the district going out to them versus expecting them to come to us when you're talking about engaging and how do you kind of make the experience feel meaningful for folks.
Okay. Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
Okay. A lot of my work has been around addressing the achievement gap, and I can give, I'm gonna give a quick example so I make sure I stay on my time. A quick example of addressing the achievement gap has been with our students, our African American students. In the state of Minnesota, high school on-time graduation rate was about 80%. And for our African American students in my district, about 4 years ago, it was about 60%. And statewide, probably about 65%. So we were trailing behind the state for African American students. We looked at that, looked at what was taking place with our students, started to kind of peel back, what are the barriers, created a group called Reimagine Richfield. And what that meant was bringing in voice of students, finding out what were the barriers, having conversations around how do they access school, how are they feeling about school, what things do we need to have in place, listening to them, listening to teachers, putting that information and programming in place with, I talked about the seminar classes, so advanced classes, but then pairing them with seminar classes, smaller groups for classroom instruction. Also, a counselor. Most schools, most comprehensive high schools have a 1 to 400 ratio for counselors. We've added counselors into our district to provide that more intimate support of students. Also, resources with our outreach workers, connecting our students and their families to resources to improve graduation rates. And we're always a year behind. We always report a year behind for graduation rates. And at last count, the class of 2019, our graduation rate for African American students exceeded the state. And so the state was about 65 and we were at like 78%. And so we're also closing in on the overall district graduation rates. So I'm very pleased about that success and hope to see it continue to grow.
What do you consider to be your major strengths as an administrator, and what have you targeted for personal and professional improvement?
I would say, as you probably have discovered, I got the gift of gab. No, as a administrator, I think it's being bold and being reflective. I'm collaborative. I want to engage others and find out what their needs are and then see how I can make it happen and create structures and systems so it's possible. For a goal of my continued growth, I would say patience. There's urgency around the work that we do. I think any leader, as you are, if you're serious about your work, which I am, there's urgency. I want to see kids have positive outcomes and make sure that they're able to reach the highest levels of success. And sometimes I find myself thinking, we got to get it together. We got to do this a little quicker because this is this child's third grade experience. And while we're trying to create structures and systems, they only get third grade once. And so I would say that's an area of growth for me as I continue to kind of develop myself about how do I balance the urgency, but then also patience and making sure that there's structure so that it's sustainable, because you can't just push something forward without having sustainable structures to make sure that it stays in place. How am I doing on questions? I'm trying.
How's she doing it, Darrin?
I don't want you to worry. We want you to take your time and answer your questions, and I think that the good part is that you're hitting some questions. I do want to give the board a warning in the to be fair to the other candidates. We may not reach them all, but you're giving us good responses that are hitting some other things. So we'll flow, and I'll at the 5-minute time, we'll see if you want to engage in questions to us or if you want to take that time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Roby, can you tell us how you would handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary? And please cite any actual examples that you may have.
Oh, of course. I've got examples. Handling decisions that are unpopular with the public, you have to start with the why for people. Oftentimes, as organization and systems, you make decisions that are in the best interest of students, and that's really where the base should start, what's in the best interest of students. And sometimes, if people don't understand or agree, kind of giving them that information and being very open and honest about why a decision is made or why this has to take place. An example of that really quickly is the transformation of our gifted and talented program. We had a process in place in my district where it was not reflective of our student population, and meaning we have 70% students of color and 30% or so white students, but in our gifted and advanced placement classes, it was like 90% students, white students participating, and 10% students of color. And so I began to kind of peel that back and find out what was taking place around, how did that come to be? Because students, looking at their test scores and such, there should have been a little bit more representative. And so we had a structural, process system where kids got into advanced classes based on recommendations. And that did not seem appropriate or fair. We should never keep children out of classes when they have shown academic proficiency where they can do the work based off of something that's more subjective. And so meeting with the community and kind of sharing how we were going to make some changes around how students got placed into those advanced courses was met with some resistance. People were concerned. And then also looking at the tool that was more universally appropriate, that kind of eliminated some of the biases, and no bias can ever be totally eliminated from assessments, but looking at a different tool, meeting with the community, met with parent groups, met with our district curriculum advisory group, presented this information, had the information and support from the school board to move forward around how to change that practice. It wasn't initially very popular, but then also reassuring families that we were not going to put anybody out, because that was the key. I don't believe in punishing kids for adult stuff in adult structures. And so it's like, this is a way to how do we engage more people and more children into a program versus trying to make it isolated or elitist.
Thank you.
So how would you prepare staff, students, and parents to address implicit bias?
A lot of the work that I am leading is around bias. And we have taken, as a district, a organizational approach around, we're going to address inherent inequities and do it in a very structured way. And sometimes when you start talking about bias and racism and things, people, they get on edge and they think, oh my God, I'm gonna, and that's not what it's about. It's like everybody is on a different place in their equity walk, and accepting where people are, but also providing training and resources to allow them to continue to develop themselves, and also to kind of take a reflection around what that looks like in their work. And so how I have addressed that and how I will have worked in my own district about doing that system-wide approach. Everybody has been trained in a common language around race and equity, and it's ongoing. It's not a one and done, it's ongoing. So because equity is ongoing, and we need opportunities to kind of engage, practice a little bit, professionally develop, come back and engage. And it's important that we included our entire community, and that was one of the asks that I had of my board. How do we engage our transportation workers, our food service, our parapros, educational assistants, because as students matriculate through our system, they engage with all those different audiences, and we need to have a common language around what that looks like so that students have a positive experience and not just in the classroom.
Describe your beliefs in regard to innovative and alternative student discipline and safety initiatives. Include examples.
This last year, we have worked through a process through safe and supportive schools. I co-lead that work, and it includes 3 kind of advisory boards: a student advisory board, a community advisory board, and a parent advisory board. Board members sit on each one of those kind of three legs of what this work looks like. And it's about having, from a board level, creating a district policy around discipline. But what I think is important is that we have included the voice of community, whether it be student, staff, or others, and getting their feedback on what that looks like, and recreating our district policies around student discipline, and having levels, and then also having built-in layers of support so that everything is not removal from school or negative. It's like, how do you do restorative practices? How do you have systems built in? And then tying it to also professional development, working closely with your teachers as they have the forward-facing contact with students around what that work looks like, and training them so they have other strategies on when a student is misbehaving, how do you redirect them, or how do you build classroom community around that work so that students aren't being dismissed. And so the beliefs around the innovation and alternative, can I have that just one more time? I just want to make sure I hit it.
Alternative student discipline and safety initiatives.
Okay. And so that has, the results of that has been that we've seen, and this is our second year, we've seen a decrease in the number of students suspended. We have gone from, I think it was 480 students in the 2018-19 school year, and at fall count, we had when we compared fall to fall, it had reduced considerably to like 50 to 75 students. So it is working. It's a work in progress, but we are seeing some positive results around that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Tell us about your past relationships with staff and especially collective bargaining units.
I've had the benefit of sitting on negotiating teams in all 3 districts where I've worked. My most recent experience, I also co-lead the steering committee under the MOA committee around work initiatives, and I do that in partnership with the union president. My relationship with bargaining units has always been very positive because we start with, our norms around this is how we're going to work together and having conversation about what that looks like. And it's always been very, very positive. And even the work that we're doing right now, as we have discussions around initiatives and teacher workload, making sure that there's an understanding of we want to give teachers an opportunity to have mastery before we introduce new initiatives, and that's something that we've kind of agreed on, what is our cycle, so we're not introducing new initiatives every year so that people can't build competency and mastery behind the work. And it has been very positive.
Given the changing dynamics of public education, what do you see as the critical issues in the next 5 years?
I do want to make a note, we're at the 5-minute mark.
How many questions I have left?
You have this question and one more.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can get it. All right. The changing dynamics in public education, I think when you're talking about, there's always technology, and people will tell you about technology, but it's also how you integrate it in, not just with things, but instructional technology. How is it invested in drives instruction? When you look at 21st century skills around communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and connectivity, making sure that we are, as educators, providing those experiences for young people, because those are transferable skills. No matter what your career trajectory is, you need to have those skills, because most people won't stay in the same profession. They'll be fluid and go in and out of career and different things based on passion and interest. I think also, and I kind of spoke about this a little bit, the career tech industry, it is critical that we start providing avenues for our young people around technology and mechanics and things like that. It's not always about the 4-year experience. It's about trades and different things, and that industry is booming, and expect to see that booming in the next couple of years.
Really quick then, can you please be specific about why you would like to make this career change at this time in your life?
Sure. I have been a long-time educator, and my passion is work with students and seeing the best of students. I have demonstrated that throughout my career, whether I was a teacher, building at principal, district administrator, and it's about structures and systems and how do I increase my reach. I am interested and would love to be the superintendent of Grand Rapids for a couple of reasons. The work that you all have done, and giving kudos to the work that you've done with your transformation plan and how the district has transformed itself over the last 5 years with growth in buildings and student achievement, and also the work around equity. You see the action, the evidence of the thoughts and the plans in the actions and demonstrate it. And that's who I am as a career educator. I am outcomes driven. I want to see, I don't just believe in talking about stuff. I believe in doing the work and developing systems. And so I think that my skill set is aligned to the work that you are currently doing, and I would like to build upon that. And so that is why I'm most interested in this district.
3 minutes to ask us a question if you'd like.
All right. So I kind of was talking a little fast towards the end. Is there anything that I need to kind of expand upon or that you would like more clarity around? Because when I leave here, I'm gonna say, I should have said this. So
Nothing that comes to mind.
There probably would be, but we decided we weren't going to ask any follow-up questions, so you just ask whatever you want.
okay. All right. Okay. So if I can just make some closing statements. Again, as I said, you will find me to be outcomes-driven, equity-driven, collaborative as a leader. And as I've been thinking about this district, I've been reflecting upon how would I immerse and engage in the community in a very thoughtful way with respect to the work that has been done, engaging the community, and then also how to build moving forward. What I have and I want to leave you with are my thoughts around if you decide to invite me back to move forward, an idea of how I would begin to kind of immerse and engage myself in the community. So if I could leave that with the board, I'd appreciate that. And again, finally, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share a little bit about my leadership. Thank you for the conversations, and to the audience, thank you for being here on Saturday morning.
Dr. Roby, thank you so much for your time today. It was wonderful as a board, us having the time to learn more about you. Just a few housekeeping notes. We are completing all 5 of our first round interviews today, and we will reconvene on February 10th to select the 2 to 3 candidates that will move forward to the second round. Those candidates will come to visit us on Monday, February 17th. And you will hear more from the search firm and from our team about that process. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you want.
Before we break, I want to just thank everybody out here. It's really great to see this kind of community engagement, and we expect to have your input. So it's great to see you guys taking notes.
What's that?
2009, telling us what we were doing right and wrong.
I know, I have questions.
It's like some new people that
Okay, our mics are back
some
live,
people that
just
were
so you
probably
know.
in high school too.
Okay. I am going to keep us on track today, so if we could all bring it back and feel free to use the foyer if you have conversations to finish up, but I do want to keep everything on track. It is 10:16, so we're a little bit behind. Yes, we're ready. Housekeeping notes. If you're filling out those comment forms, you can hand them to Julie Anderson, and she will be in here at some point. A note for the people watching live stream, you can send your feedback to our email address, which is superintendentsearch@grps.org. We'll be taking off feedback, and the full board will receive those comments. For people, if you are watching a live stream that someone else has shared, you can watch our direct live stream at live.grps.org, and the full day will be streamed there. All right. And this is Julie Anderson, if you have those cards, those comment forms to share.
You are awful.
Good morning. We are excited to have you with us today so that we have an opportunity to learn more about you. We will have 75 minutes together. We will take the large part of that to ask questions in a round robin style, and then we will reserve the last 5 minutes for you to ask questions of us if you have them. I encourage you to give us specific and in-depth responses while also keeping in mind the time. We have about 24 questions to get through today, and we don't want you to get backlogged at the end of that. Each candidate has been given the same amount of time and will be asked the same questions. All right, so we are going to get started. I will kick things off by asking you to take 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of your background and introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Dr. Harold Brian Yearwood. I have been in education for 30 years. I started as a teacher and coach, and then moved to an assistant principal of an elementary school and a middle school, and then from there moved on to be an assistant superintendent for academics and human resources, and spent several years in a school district that was small. The school district I started off in had approximately 28,000 students. And that's when I moved from a teacher all the way up to a principal. Then I moved on to an assistant superintendent for academics and human resources in a smaller school district, a bit of a rural setting. And then from there, I moved on to my current job as an assistant superintendent for academics and accountability in the Manor Independent School District. I'm married, my beautiful wife here. I have two children, a son that's 18, a freshman. He plays, he's on football scholarship, playing a defensive back in college. I have a daughter that's branching into entrepreneurship, dealing with online products. I am a Rotarian. I played tennis at the collegiate level, where I was a team captain and voted most valuable player. I had a chance to play at Wimbledon back in '79 and '80 in junior Wimbledon. I also, my most rewarding experience now is in my current job, where I was able to lead our team into moving our district from what we call an F to a D, and currently to an exemplary district rating because of our academic performance.
Wonderful, thank you. Please describe your leadership style and include examples of how you would delegate authority and maintain accountability.
My leadership style will be considered to be transformational. And by transformational, I have an open door policy. I listen and I welcome anyone who has a concern to come in and share any concerns they have. Now, it's not all the time that they're going to hear what they want to hear. There are times that, the conversation, they may walk away with a difference of opinion, but my style allows individuals that I come in contact with to leave with a feeling that, yes, I can come back and I can visit with him again or talk to him. I'm also an individual, a leader that likes to stimulate others, to grow others. As a matter of fact, individuals that have worked for me as executive directors are now in roles of assistant superintendents and superintendent roles in the district, in other districts. I enjoy intellectual stimulation. And by that, I love to see innovation. I like to reward individuals that think outside the box and really have a unique perspective on how we educate kids. So those are very, very important to me. I'm sorry, the other part of the question that I didn't get.
How would you delegate authority and maintain accountability?
To be able to delegate authority, first you must understand who you're delegating the authority to, and understand that the skill sets of the individual that you're delegating the authority to, they have the capability of achieving the whatever it is you ask them to do. In addition to that, I hold myself accountable if I'm going to delegate to someone else, because it's up to me to be able to ensure that the individual that I'm delegating to is actually making progress and satisfactory progress. So again, communication is key. One thing that I did not mention earlier on, I'm from the Caribbean islands of Trinidad and Tobago, and for me, it was a challenge leaving and basically branching off. I left home with what you call a tennis racket and a dream. And to be able to get to the position that I am today, I had individuals that trusted me and were able to delegate to me and allow me to flourish and be all that I can be. And that's my same philosophy. I trust, I allow others to grow and be all that they can be, but I also monitor and provide guidance as necessary.
During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district? What specific steps would you take?
During the first year, it will all be about communication, collecting data, visiting with the board, visiting with our leadership team, visiting with teachers, parents, community, students, but visiting in such a way that I'm collecting information, visiting with the Association of Unions, making sure that I'm collecting information that is truly viable and information that is truly impactful. And once I've communicated or visited, then I would also branch out and go visit with the community, talk to the ministers, talk to the business leaders, talk to the individuals that are out in the community that support our schools and our town. And once I have that information, then I would develop systemic initiatives along with a team of individuals that will be comprised of, again, parents, teachers, leaders, school leaders within the community, and then make recommendations to the board with some direction that I would be open to receiving input for.
Thank you.
How would you build a good working relationship between yourself and the school board?
Communication, communication, communication. No surprises. And honesty, transparency, and highly collaborative. To be able to do this, that means that I will have to visit with each individual member to obtain their perspective, and then collectively be able to share and work together for the common good of our students.
You know, I forgot one part of that question. Could you cite any examples?
Sure. Leading our academic initiatives, we, in my current school district, we moved towards a more technological-based platform. And of course, we wanted to bring about this platform because we know that students' modes of learning has changed. You know, now you have 2-year-olds with iPads and going to Baby Shark and all that sort of thing. So we know that students are familiar with technology, and we wanted to use more of an augmented reality platform to our students. So our team met with school board members to receive input, and as we looked at demonstrations of different platforms, we invited school board members to come, to attend, and to have that discussion. So the input that we received from the school board members allowed us to make certain adaptations to what we're doing. Another big initiative that involved a collaboration was when we worked on our bond. We just passed a $286 million bond back in November. And as part of that build up to the bond, to the vote, we had to bring in our community. We had to bring in, of course, our school board members and be able to collectively work to ensure that that what we were doing was actually viable and meaningful to the community, to the parents, but under the direction of our school board as well.
How would you recruit, retain, and prepare a diverse instructional staff?
First, as we recruit individuals, as we recruit teachers, principals to come to the district, we must have high quality. We must ensure that the individuals, as they come in with certain skill sets and are able to reach and teach our students. And as we recruit, we must also provide a robust professional development environment, an environment in which individuals that come to the district can grow. Because if we are looking to retain teachers, they must feel that we are there for them. We must feel that they must feel that we're in their corner to make sure that they have what they need to be successful. And this also goes for administration as well. So we'd be able to ensure that we grow teachers, and as far as cultural growth, it'll be very, very important that we are able to address culturally relevant instruction within the classroom. There's much work out there on, what do you call it, culturally and linguistically responsive teaching. And we have to provide that professional development so that teachers understand that cultural relevancy is not just about race. It's about how do you reach and teach individuals based upon their cultural and linguistic backgrounds and make that more meaningful. For example, we've studied work by Erick Jensen on brain-based learning, and one of the researchers, or one of the bits of research he's put forward deals with motion, about getting kids to get up and move and be active. Well, in some cultures, that lends itself because it sort of invigorates the brain and allows them to be more sort of interactive with what they're doing. So yes, it is very important that we do address our culturally responsive learning.
Thank you.
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and in the district? Please be specific.
I would be, excuse me. Visibility is key. Highly visible in the community. And we have to tell our story because there's so many great things happening in our school district that we don't talk about, we don't share. We also invite others to come in. I would, as a superintendent, have roundtables, or we call it forums, that involve our community, that involve our ministers, that would involve our parents, even students, teachers, because we want to bring them in order to hear and to discuss and to build what you call that shared vision for our school district. And also be able to, as we said, tell our story in ways that they are able to pay it forward. And as a school district is able to celebrate its positive work and tell that story, it becomes more attractive, because no one wants to send their child to a school district that is based upon negativity. But that has to be built upon. Building customer service, ensuring that everyone understands that the first contact, the second, third, it doesn't matter, but we must make individuals that come to our schools feel welcome, feel like I can come back. I've been in school districts in which that didn't happen, in which parents were told, don't come to our schools. Don't come in the door. You can stop at the front office and that's as far as you go. Can't have that, because we must be able to show that we are building partnerships with parents and with our community.
What will you do to address and promote the social, emotional well-being of our students and staff?
Very, very important. Our students must understand how, must be made to be more self-aware of their actions, and also hold themselves more accountable in the educational process. To be able to do that, in my current school district, we have embarked upon what you call social-emotional learning training through the CASEL, which is a collaborative for academic and social-emotional learning. And all of our teachers were exposed to this training. Our students were also exposed to their pieces of the training. And now what we're seeing, because of that exposure, we have students performing at high levels, students coming to school, students willing to talk through their issues and problems, where in the past that didn't happen. But it involves intensive training for all involved. And it starts with me as a superintendent and goes all the way down, because we have to approach social-emotional learning as a team. Parents need to be involved in the process as well as community. But it's a collective effort.
What is one decision that you've made recently that you would reverse or at least reconsider or modify?
Okay. One decision that I've made involved our principals and asking them to perform a task. We implemented what you call a data walk system in the school. And it was a non-evaluative system, but a way of collecting data with our teachers and instruction. And the assumption was that they would do the data walks in a timely manner and do it with a high enough level of frequency. And so we left it alone. And when we went back to check to see what was happening, it wasn't happening. Principals were not going out and collecting data. Instead, they were passing it on to others, to their subordinates. We had to make that change very quickly. We had to ensure that principals understood that they're instructional leaders on the campus, and the mistake that we made was that we weren't very clear. So we had to bring them back and make that necessary change. Now, again, principals are doing their data walks, doing their collections. They're highly visible in the classroom more than they were before. So that change has helped.
Tell us your experience with theme schools, the IB program, and Montessori programs.
All great programs. Currently, in my current school district, we are implementing IB programs, starting with PYP, the primary years program. The Montessori we investigated, but we do not have a Montessori program. I am familiar with it and the importance of allowing students to learn from their own perspective, and not only learn from their own perspective, but grow. So with the Montessori program, why we were attracted to it was the scaffolding piece and the piece that allowed growth to occur, but through the lens of the child instead of force-feeding the child. And what was the other one? Excuse me.
Theme schools.
Theme schools, great. I was principal of a fine arts magnet school, elementary school, and very, very successful. We were over 90% poverty, about 80% African American. And when I went to the school, teachers were told, go teach there for 2 to 3 years, and then you do your combat service, you can select another school. Quickly changed because what I found the value in the fine arts programs and what it did. So as we look at theme schools, it's important that we look at what's working and how do we make things work. And we also encourage the teachers to embrace what they're doing and improve their craft, not just go to a training and just say, okay, this is it, but look for ways to continuously improve the programmatic offerings at the theme school and do it in a collaborative manner, as well as working with the core subjects. Because without that emphasis and that foundation, you know what happens to our test scores. And then all of a sudden that theme doesn't look as attractive as it should be.
Okay, can you let us know what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? Please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
It started at my elementary school where we partnered with Texas Tech University, and we were able to receive a grant for $7 million to be able to add technology to our schools, and not just to our schools, but to our community. We looked at bringing in what you call internet into homes because the location of the school was in a depressed area, and not only to bring in the technology, but also to add training for our parents and our teachers. And that initiative has worked very, very well. Currently, I'm working with foundations, and in another month, due to our community interactions and foundations, we will have what we call a very big celebration for our volunteers that have given certain amounts of hours in the school throughout the year. We've tracked that, and we'll be using that as criteria. We also have worked with our industry. For example, we have Samsung in our backyard, and we work very closely with them to branch into programs that are helping our students throughout. They provide mentoring, and that's something that I think is great, where the business community can provide mentors, especially for students that may not necessarily be on the college track, but may be on the career track, and be able to build that bridge with them so they know what's up ahead.
Thank you. How would you address the equity gap between theme and neighborhood schools?
It's important that all schools are successful because at the end of the day, our students benefit. And we should never deprive a child of any form of quality education. To be able to, if there's an equity gap, then we have to neutralize that. We have to ensure that we see why there is an equity gap. We look at the information and data, we collect information. we ask questions, and then we move to correct the issues based upon the data we have. In equity gaps, that will mean looking at our teaching staff, making sure we have high quality staff, making sure that our programs are robust, making sure that students, as they're walking into that building, that they know that they will be challenged, that we have high standards there. They know that they'll be exposed to rigorous and relevant experiences that will be more meaningful to them. So absolutely, we will make sure that we are able to equitize the what's happening within the school, so that it doesn't matter whether you go to a theme school, a neighborhood school, that child will leave with a quality education.
How would you ensure your visibility in our district? What would you do specifically?
I would be visible in the community. I'll attend athletic events. I'll attend civic events. In my prior district, I was a member of our citywide 4th of July celebrations. I was on the board for many years, and make sure that I'm engaging with individuals in the community. One of my favorite spots used to be, this is spot I was able to collect a lot of information, was at the barber shop. I don't need that anymore, unfortunately. And I kind of miss that talk, But, going to individuals and keeping it honest and having true open discussions and collaboration, ensuring that individuals that work within the school district I'm accessible to, and accessible in such a manner where they're not just coming in just to, have a fun talk, but have deep-rooted discussions about ways that we can improve our craft of reaching kids. The overall premise there, as far as reaching out, is that for us to have a deep impact on our students and student outcomes, we have to look at adult behaviors, because if student outcomes are to change and to improve, adult behaviors must also change and adapt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, provide some examples from your experience of innovative programs that accelerate academic outcomes, and this is for students leading to both career and college readiness.
On the college readiness aspect, we started what we call an early college high school with dual credit offerings, and we were able to, we started off at 75. Now this year we are going to be up to about 450 students because of the content. And it's not just okay to just say we opened an early college, but we monitor very closely our success rate of students going into the early college, because we don't want students enrolling and all of a sudden dropping out, because then that means more than likely they will not pursue a career that's college-based. We encourage our students to enroll in more rigorous courses. We look at enrollment in our pre-AP classes, because we know that students that enroll in those advanced classes are more likely to move on to college, and we monitor that. We know the research on minority students enrolling in more vigorous classes, and we've begun the process of eliminating that by establishing a college and career readiness center at our senior high school. And not only are they at the senior high school, they also go out and they visit with the high schools and visit with parents, and they have college fairs where they bring in professors or recruiters from Yale, Harvard, California to talk with kids to let them know possibilities. On the career and technical side, we bring in individuals who can mentor. We also do internships with various industry that are around. For example, again, going back to Samsung, they have internships at their facility where our students can go in and work part-time and then take dual credit classes as well. And as they matriculate, they will continue that and allow students to work and also take classes at our junior college. So again, building on the CTE and the college readiness part, but also ensuring that our students, whichever path they choose, we encourage them. And another major initiative that we are about to embark upon deals with, we have a program called Breakthrough, and now they're going to start monitoring our kids, counseling them, providing help to them from the time they graduate, or from the time they're actually sophomores all the way to post-graduation. And they will be in very close and more intimate contact with our graduates to provide them with direction.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
As superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process? Please specify.
Yes. To make all efforts to move towards a balanced budget, to erase the erosion of our fund balance, I call it, in such a manner that it's not hurting our students, but we have to be excellent stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. And to be able to do that, we must have processes in place. For example, I was meeting with the CFO, looking at 5 years of our budgets, looking to see what has happened over that time period, where are our deficiencies, where we, starting to lose funds, and then make the determination about what can be done to stop the bleed, or as one would say, to encourage us to have a more financially prudent budgetary system. In addition to that, making sure that the board is fully aware monthly of our budgets, looking at revenues, looking at expenditures, looking at encumbrances, making sure that as we look at our programs, that we have the return on investment for that, and being very transparent and honest with what we're doing with our finances. Also informing our parents, informing our public as well about what is going on with our budgets.
Thank you.
What has been your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals, and share with us who should be involved in that planning?
As we look at short-term and long-term, we obviously have to look at our needs. And to be able to have our needs, we look at our leaders within our school district, whether assistant superintendents, deputies, chief of staff. Also, the board would be involved in that discussion. And we're able to either look at instructional needs, operational needs, look to see where are areas that have not been addressed or need to be addressed by establishing a certain level of priority, formulating a committee or team to address that, and then brainstorming and making initiatives or recommendations that, as a superintendent, I would be bringing before the board for consideration. But not just initiatives, but also giving some levels of direction and giving some, we call it, some suggestions as to ways we can overcome, and of course, having the board give me direction in that regard.
What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements, such as socioeconomic and education levels, languages, English language learners, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
Yes. Our current student is very diverse, over 45 languages spoken. We have a high limited English proficient population in our school district, almost a third. And it first starts with, how are we helping students that are coming in with that diverse, that limited English background? What are our protocols in place to identify and to intervene within our schools? Are we providing training for teachers that allows them to address students that are coming in that are different. Do we have what you call newcomers camps for our students that are coming in, or migrants that may have never been in an American school system, to get them aware of what to expect and provide guidance? But once the main emphasis there should be on teachers. Are we providing them with quality training and assistance and resources as well, so that as they're teaching, we don't lose rigor? If a child is in an ESL, English as a second language program, or a child is in a dual language program, or a transitional bilingual program, it shouldn't matter, because we must be able to provide the quality and the rigor so that child doesn't fall behind.
Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
As we look at the achievements gaps that exist, seek to understand why, seek to obtain data, try to figure out why this problem exists, and then bring together stakeholders that can add value to helping to solve that problem. Could be educators, principals, doesn't matter. Just making sure that the individuals that come to the table are able to contribute to that discussion. And then brainstorm, come up with initiatives, and monitor very closely the outcomes of these initiatives. One of our areas that we have implemented in our school district are principal-led data days, because data disaggregation for teachers and even our leaders is somewhat problematic. And we could train and come up with great initiatives, but we had to make sure that our leaders they were holding their teachers accountable with academic achievement. And it was eye-opening. I mean, at first there was some resistance because, principals were uncomfortable with the process. But now principals have become more expert in that data disaggregation. They're more expert in not just disaggregating the data, but problem solving, because one of the things that we discuss in our data meetings is how, as a district, can we help you as a leader achieve? What are you needing from us? And working collaboratively along the way. Communicating with our parents. Several of our elementary schools have moved to student-led conferences where parents are invited in with their students, and the student is able to talk to their parent about their academic performance with some guidance from the teacher. Worked wonderfully. Parents extremely happy.
What do you consider to be your major strengths as an administrator, and what have you targeted for personal or professional improvement?
My major strength, turning schools around and turning districts around as an administrator. Being able to have others follow you down that pathway by developing a sense of urgency, by again having a shared vision, by ensuring that as you recruit, hire, evaluate individuals within your organization, that it is a seamless process, that they understand why they're there, holding higher standards for all students, all schools. For me as an individual, I want to be the best superintendent that a school district can have. I want to be so good that when I leave, individuals could look back and say, he was an exceptional leader for our students. That would be my main goal.
Okay, Dr. Yearwood, how would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary? And please cite any examples you may have.
I was in a school district in which we had to close a school because the school, the numbers weren't there, this number of students, and the academic performance just wasn't there. The superintendent and their team made that decision by looking at all aspects of the school. And to be able to get that done, we had to go visit our community leaders or parents to ensure them, if this were to occur, number one, would you support it? And this is what we'd have in place. Because you can't just go about arbitrarily closing a school unless you're about to offer something better, something programmatically sound, something that would say to a parent, if your child goes here, they would be much better off. It's a contentious issue. It's a hot potato. And I'm not going to say it's one that's made very easily, but we had to do it in our school district. And after we were able to get community buy-in and with parents buying and support, then we moved to closing the school. The results were incredible. The school that the students moved to, performance was good because now they were able to provide additional resources because of additional fundings that were freed up. They were able to provide additional interventionists. They were able to provide additional materials and experiences for students. And it was a very positive experience. Not very popular with parents at first. Not very popular, but we were able to get it done.
Thank you.
Dr. Yearwood, how would you prepare staff, students, and parents to address implicit bias?
First, we have to get individuals to understand what is implicit bias. And implicit bias tends to creep in because, when we have low expectations, there's a form of soft bigotry that accompanies those low expectations. And unfortunately, our school business or business of education has no place for implicit bias. We have to bring a high level of awareness to all individuals, to teachers, even to our students, so that we erode the biases and prevent, I call it, the microaggressions that tend to occur because of this bias. And be able to ensure that every day, every child feels safe, feels welcome, has opportunity to grow, and teachers as well as principals. And to also allow our community and our parents to understand this is not where this does not live in our schools or school district.
Describe your beliefs in regard to innovative and alternative student discipline and safety initiatives. Include examples.
When we talk about discipline, most people gravitate to punitive measures. But we have to understand who we are educating, our children. If you look at, again, brain-based research and look at brain development, the prefrontal cortex is the last to develop on an individual, doesn't develop until they're 25. So rational thinking and actions are skewed. Spontaneity tends to take effect. And we have to get individuals to understand that as we look at discipline, we should be looking at positive discipline. How can we ensure that that child, that individual, no longer wants to act or behave that way? That should be the way we move. We should be moving. As I was talking with teachers and training, one of the examples I would drop, I had a teacher actually whose son took a car and it ended up in the lake. And she was most furious with her son because she said, he couldn't tell me why he did it. Well, guess what? He didn't know why he did it either, because his rational thinking mechanisms weren't firing. They weren't mature. Instead, teach children about positive, how can they rationalize, build trust, build mentoring, make sure that our schools are safe havens for kids, to where there is someone in that building that they can go to and trust. And I'll branch off and I'll say this. The extreme behaviors that happen within schools happens when students feel there's nowhere to go. There's no one they can trust. There's no one that they can share their concerns with. But that has to be built. And that can be built with schools, because it has to be purposeful.
Can you tell us about some of your past relationships with staff overall, and also specifically collective bargaining units?
Okay. I'll start with bargaining units. I'm the representative in the school district that deals with our unions. So we meet on a monthly basis, and we have strong collaboration. And I really enjoy the dialogue, because at the end of the day, they want what's best for their constituents and their students. We want the same thing too. And we have different pathways, but we have to seek to interact collaboratively in a professional manner with common goals. I look forward to that. I think that's very, very important. And could you tell me the first part of the question, sir?
Oh, just staff, relationships with staff
Staff.
overall.
I go back to the school that I was an elementary principal that was told, this sort of serves as an example of my leadership style, where the teachers were told, go teach there for 3 years and you can go to any school you want to, any affluent school, where the kids, when you talk about Paris, they would say, my mom and dad were there this summer and I was there with them. And instead, what I did, I led them to start believing in our students. I led them to understand that a life, regardless of zip code, regardless of socioeconomic status, is highly valued. We don't say this child is worth more. No, they're all worth same. And teachers themselves were made to feel appreciated. We celebrated every chance we had, the successes that we had at the school. As a result of that, after the 3rd year, I started having teachers not wanting to leave the school. I was there for 13 years, and I would say by the 7th or 8th year, I started having one of the most seasoned faculty in the school district. When I moved on to the middle school, I was asked to go to Naranga Middle School. They all wanted to go with me. I couldn't. My superintendent says, you can only take 5 or 6. You can't take them all. And I would have. But they all wanted to follow me there. Didn't start like that. I had to grow them. I had to make them believe and understand that we value you as a teacher. I had to allow them to grow their craft and give them a voice, and allow them to lead initiatives as well.
Thank you.
Given the changing dynamics of public education, what do you see as the critical issues in the next 5 years?
Public education. I'll just say that, public education is under attack right now, unfortunately. But to me, to counteract that, we have to raise the bar. We have to continue to show that our schools are not just schools based on performance due to certain demographics, that all of our schools are quality schools. We have to start influencing what you call legislative opinion. I have met with my congressman, been to Washington, D.C., to advocate for public schools. just on Thursday, our mayor or local leaders or mayor is in meeting with us talking about building a strong military program within our schools and advocating for that. So we have to tell our story, but we also have to, as a superintendent, I would be going out and meeting with leaders in the city, both at the local, state, and even at the national level, because we must have a voice. We can no longer remain silent. We have to tell our story. We have to question. We have to ask. And also, there must be grassroots efforts. There must be community forums developed that would allow me as a superintendent to have that deep discussion with our community about what's going on in publication, what are their feelings, what are their wants, what are their dislikes, and so on. And be able to take that information up, as well as with the board, as well as with our internal stakeholders or leaders within our schools or teachers, and be able to carry that message forward. But we must have a voice.
Thank you. And what is it about this position that makes you want to make this change in your professional career at this time? And be specific, please.
Okay. I've been an assistant superintendent for approximately 7 years. And for me, it's about influencing all kids. Because there are disparities, unfortunately, that exist in our schools. And as a leader, I would be the strongest voice and the strongest advocate to stamp that out. You ask about specificity. I've been in environments in which there was exclusivity to certain programs, to certain schools. And I had to help eradicate that and make it education for all. We also, as a leader, to influence our students as they graduate from our schools. I was in a school environment in which students were taking career classes, and they would receive a certificate and local credit. But guess what? The jobs for that, they weren't there. They were lower end. And having to battle to change that so that we brought in more industry certifications. So as students left our schools, they had access to those $50,000 and $60,000 and $70,000 jobs instead of settling for the minimum wage jobs. That's why I want to lead. I believe in education, in our teachers, in our leaders. I've proven myself in my career of being able to turn around districts not because of me, because of the team, because of being able to collaborate with others, because of being able to have those frank discussions about what's happening and solve them. That's why I'm ready to be a superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Yearwood. This is the last question, and we have about 20 minutes left in your time. I think. Is that right? Okay. So that question is simply, what questions do you have for us as a board?
I did that purposefully, so now here we go. No. What is your sense of pride in Grand Rapids Public Schools?
So quickly, I'm going to say, for our responses, let's limit it to 1 or 2 board members responding to a question. And then also, so let's try not to answer a single person answering every single question.
Why don't you start?
Okay, can you restate the question for me?
Yes, ma'am. What do you see? What is what is your sense of pride? Makes you proud to be a part of the Grand Rapids Public Schools?
I think, for me personally, what I love about the work that we're able to do is that each of us probably has a distinctly different answer to that question. And it speaks to the breadth of the work that we do and the work that this administration and the staff does in the community. Myself personally, I have a daughter who is a student in this district, and I am a product of this district, so I understand the reach that we're able to have in the community and on an individual family, and that is something I'm really proud of. I'm proud to know that we take our, and when I say we, I mean all these individuals here, all the teachers, we take our work really seriously, but we're also able to admit where we still have room to grow in the work that needs to be done. And so it's wonderful to hear people praise the work that's been done, but we're very cognizant of the work going forward. Does someone else want to?
That's a great answer.
Okay. Right. And what are your top 2 or 3 priorities in Grand Rapids Public Schools?
I guess I'll jump in an opinion. I think a real priority is attracting and retaining quality instructional staff. There appears to be a problem, frankly, across the nation in this regard. And we all know the rubber meets the road in the classroom. So although there may be appropriate visioning from a executive level, there may be appropriate supports from a board level, if you don't have quality people who can bring those efforts to fruition in the classroom, then obviously there's a real disconnect when you talk about impact of all the other hard work that's going on. And at least from my perspective, I think that's definitely one of the most critical issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think probably, again, like President Grant said, we'll probably all have different answers, but all agree on the answer. But I think that we,
I think
certainly equity, but I think that it's just the issue of we would love to have more humans involved with the kids. And I think that that's where, I mean, that's kind of a summary of it. But I mean, there's issues that we've addressed here, issues of equity across the district, issues of our students being ready to make great choices, being prepared to make choices of college and career, but I think that we have a pretty, and being able to work together. I think that that's something that we feel is that this district has to be able to be collaborative.
Well, I'm just going to echo something Tony
Thank you.
referred to, the idea of equity, because there are community members who are very concerned about the fact that some schools seem to get it all and others don't. And I think that that is a sentiment that may be shared by some of the teachers as well. And we need to address that issue. I think that's one of the most important issues that we're facing, making sure that things are fair for all the kids.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I'd like to thank you for your hard work and for your questions that were incredible. And hopefully I'll be here one day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Yearwood, I would like to thank you so much for your time today. It was wonderful for us to have the chance to learn more about you. As a few housekeeping notes, we will complete all 5 of our first round interviews today. And we will reconvene on February 10th to select 2 to 3 candidates who will join us for the second round on February 17th. And the search firm will follow up with you on all of those details, but thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
No, but he had a lot of stats to go and prove, you know, the point. That's, sometimes people look for that. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to get started so we can move along with our second portion of the afternoon. We're ready. For those who are just joining us or for those who are tuning in, we do have comment cards and feedback cards here on site. You can complete those and share those. Julie, can you raise your hand? Share those with Ms. Anderson. If you are watching online, you can email your feedback to superintendentsearch@grps.org. If you are watching a shared stream from someone else or perhaps a live stream that someone else has, you can go directly to live.grps.org to see our stream. We will be streaming the entire process today.
Hello. I'm Tom Baker. Good to meet you. Buenas tardes. Good to meet you. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. We are excited to have you with us this afternoon and to learn more about you. We will have 75 minutes together, and we will use the large portion of that to go through 24 questions that we have, and then we will use about the remaining 5 minutes to take any questions that you will have for us. So I may give you some reminders about time to stay on schedule, but we do encourage you to give specific and in-depth responses, but still concise so that we can stay on our timeline. Each candidate has been given the same length of time and asked the same questions. And that is it. We will get started. So I will kick things off. Please take 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of your background and introduce yourself.
So I want to start off by sharing my background as a student growing up. Imagine growing up in a household where you grew up in 2 households with 2 sets of parents, but both with values that were faith-based and that dealt with supporting students. That was me. I grew up in Fort Wayne, Indiana with my mother and my stepfather. who both had jobs, but along the way took in foster care children. So that became a foundation of my values and my belief. As well, I grew up in the summers in Clarksdale, Mississippi, with my father and my stepmother. My stepmother was a teacher for students with special needs, and my father was a professor in the university. So why do I share this? Because I have deep roots with sharing and supporting students. I'm a relationship person, and I believe that in order to transform a district from one state of mind to another state of mind, we have to be able to build relationships. My background in terms of education, I have gone on to school to have a bachelor's in speech and audiology. I have 2 masters, one in administration, which allowed me to be a building principal. I also have a master's in special education and a director's license for special education. I went on to receive my doctorate in educational leadership. I have served in every role, and all roles are important. I have served as a parent for districts, as a community member, a child advocate for special services. I have also been assistant principal, classroom teacher, director of exceptional needs. Also, I've been assistant superintendent as well as academic improvement officer. I believe that my passion for supporting students and developing the whole child, as well as my love for Grand Rapids, because I've been following you for a while now, poised me to be someone who sits here before you to say that this isn't just a stop, this is a destination, and I believe that I can support our staff, students, stakeholders, and of course the board for Grand Rapids Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please describe your leadership style, including examples of how you would delegate authority and still maintain accountability.
So I am very much a combination of a servant leader and a transformational leader. I say that because as a servant leader, in order to build capacity in any district, you have to have a servant mindset and you have to be able to build relationships. Through my ability to build relationships, I'm able to transform by meeting strategically, determining where is it that we want to be, where are we now, what is it that we will need to do to get there, and understanding that in order to make those determinations, you have to have all stakeholders, the community, the board, our wonderful teachers, students, all staff, to make those decisions. And that's how I've been able to transform districts, having a vision, building relationship, and inspecting what I expect. That's been critical.
During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district, and what specific steps would you take?
So during the first year, I would have to do a lot of listening. That being said, it doesn't go without saying that I will have to meet with all stakeholders, our teacher union, or what we call association, meeting with parents in the community, of course, building relationship with each of you individually as a board and collectively, making sure that I have meetings, I call them one-on-ones, with the administrative staff, as well as hearing the voices of our principals and our teachers. And what I will say is that it's easy to do research about a district, but once you have boots on the ground, you really do have to do some listening. You have to do some research about where the district has been and where the vision and mission of the district moving forward should go. And then once you have all that information, you collaboratively work with the board and all the groups that I've just mentioned to set a plan for moving forward. So I would assume that in my first 90 days, and if possible before the first 90 days, that I would be able to have access to staff, students, and of course you as the board and the community to begin looking at what's working, what do we believe we need to improve upon, and what direction are we planning to move toward.
Thank you.
All right. How would you build a good working relationship between yourself and the school board? And if you have any examples, please give them.
Yes, I do. As I've said, and I am very much a relational type person, so to build a good working relationship, I believe that I have to meet with each of you one-on-one to find out what's important to you. You do represent constituents, but we collectively represent all students, all staff and all community members in this district. But in order for me to build a good relationship with you, I do need to meet with you one-on-one so that we can build trust. It's essential that we are able to be open with each other and that you're able to trust me. And the only way that you can do that, it's not enough to just see the works that I've done on paper, but to speak with me so that you can understand my vision for supporting, that I can understand your vision for supporting, and that ultimately we can collaboratively move forward.
Do you have any examples?
So an example would be in my previous district and as well in my current district, I have worked to lead the strategic planning. And as such, I've had to meet with lead board members who that is their committee. And I've met with them one-on-one. We've talked by phone, by email. They've charged me with what's working, what's not working. When things appear to be not going the direction that we believe they should be, we get input from our PTO, our community, and then I collaborate with them again. We always report out to the board as a whole because collectively my responsibility is to all of you and not just one of you, but that has worked well for me. I'm able to stay in contact with them as needed via email, via phone, and just being present, being out in the community and doing things like baseball games or football games. I love football, as well as going to organizations where we have activities. I am also a part of the Rotary, so that helps me when it comes to building relationships. Our board president, he was also part of the Rotary, or is part of the Rotary. He's not the board president anymore, but that actually helped me build good relationship, just being one-on-one.
How would you recruit, retain, and prepare a diverse instructional staff?
I think recruiting is one of the most important things we do as leaders, retaining even more so important. And of course, diversity so that all the needs of all of our students is met is important as well. When it comes to recruiting, one of the things that I look for is someone who has the vision and belief with believing in the why of what we believe in. You can oftentimes recruit leaders and give them professional development and assist them with becoming better at their craft. But getting people who believe in what you believe, to me, is most important. So that's one thing that I look for. And then I open it up. We go out to universities. We have opportunities to have showcases of our schools where we have staff come in. We recruit by calling people and explaining to them that their skill set we believe will meet our needs. So recruitment is any and everything, but it is very strategic. But the main thing that I will say is we have to make sure that we get people on board who believe in our vision, the why behind what we do. Maintaining them is making sure that we support them, making sure that we provide professional development, the resources that they need to support students in the classroom. And with diversity, we strategically look for people who don't necessarily look like us who are sitting at the table. We have 90 languages spoken in one district that I worked in and over 200 spoken in another district. So we purposely go out and recruit, and even with our students, build our own. We build our own capacity to have students who become future teachers. So I believe that that's how we maintain and how we recruit, is meeting the needs of our teachers and our staff members and allowing them to have a voice when possible.
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and in the district? Please give specific examples of what you would do.
Okay. So in order to build trust, of course, I have to be visible. I believe people trust more of when they see you out in the community and that you're truly not just talking, but you're actually out walking and living what you say that you will do. So I believe that that's one way to build trust, is by being visible. The other way to build trust is by doing what you say you're going to do. If you say you're going to do something, then you should do it. And if you can't, you need to be able to explain what has changed and why you're unable to meet that particular goal. I believe that in doing this, and these are things that I have done, that I'm able to position myself as a trustworthy leader and not just somebody who's just trying to seek a job, as somebody who's really trying to make an impact for students and staff and the district as a whole.
What will you do to address and promote the social emotional well-being of our students and staff?
So that is something actually that's dear to my heart. Social emotional learning, or as some call it, SEL, is actually something that I've been charged with doing. I am part of the AASA SEL cohort, one of 2 districts in Indiana where our lead staff, me being one, are a part. That being said, I have gone to trainings. I've come back to do what we call train the trainers. And what I believe that is most important is that we bring awareness to our staff and our students around the importance of taking care of ourselves, teachers taking care of themselves, students taking care of themselves, promoting social emotional learning. I recently went to an actual professional development. It was called Trust-Based Relational Interventions. And I will tell you, it was so powerful because trust-based relational interventions is something where we teach students how to manage their own emotions, how to take charge of and control of themselves. That is important for students and staff. So it is something that would be messaged across the district without putting a heavy lift on teachers, because SEL is the foundation of all good learning. And as such, I would promote that across the district with teacher leadership help as well as district help.
What is one decision, do you need a breather?
No, I'm
still
good.
trying to breathe. Okay, great. What is one decision that you've made recently that you would reverse, reconsider, or modify?
A decision that I made that I would reverse. So in our district, as do many districts, we've been experiencing the lack of, I call them guest teachers, but substitute support. So one of the things that we've had to do, or a decision that was made, was that our teachers, we were real stringent about who gets to go off campus for professional development. While it's been great to keep the highly effective teacher in front of the classroom, we're also limited to a certain degree with information that's been coming back into the district to keep us moving forward. If I had to go back and do something different, I would probably have a core group of teachers from each building who go out and come back as train the trainer, instead of saying that this year we're not going to be able to send staff out on professional development. So that is something that, while we had good intentions, that of keeping highly qualified teachers in front of our students due to the shortage with substitutes, it did have some ramifications that we are now having to deal with. So that's something that I would do differently.
Tell us your experience with theme schools, IB schools, and Montessori programs.
In one of the largest urban districts in Indiana, I was the academic improvement officer for the East Side, and I had all such programs under my charge. I had an IB school, a school for performing arts, a technical school, as well as elementaries. Montessori was one of those schools. So my experience has been that I have worked to support principals and leadership, as well as with the universities specific to our IB program, in making sure that the programs not only support growth and development of our students, but that we all are staying accountable to our high charge of what we consider academic achievement. So I have worked as the lead with supporting principals, and I've had to make some decisions with them that may not always be what some could consider ideal, but they were best for students. And at the end of the day, that has been my charge, is to make sure that we do what's best for students.
All right, Dr. Stokes, what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? And please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ross, can you repeat that for me?
Yes, definitely. What has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community? And please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
As I said, I was the academic improvement officer in charge of our IB program, the school. We had to work with Butler University. I had lots of success. I would have meetings with them regularly we made changes to allow students who were less privileged to have the opportunity to have access to the IB program. We didn't, as some would say, water the program down, but we did create additional pathways for students to be able to have opportunity, because without opportunity, you can't rise to the occasion. So that is one thing that I did in terms of partnershiping. Other things that I have done is, in my current role, we partnership with Purdue University and IU. And some of the things that we have done is we've created collaborative courses for our students to be able to get dual credit, our advanced placement supports. We also have what we call college career supports, where students are able to understand what it's like to have courses on the college campus so that futuristically they know what that's like. Other things that I have partnership with is we have CT programs. I actually go to the meetings with our community school that actually supports it. It's not in our district. And we talk about what that will look like in terms of our students having more access to programs that maybe aren't invented. When I was working in a rural district, it was a farming community. We actually created pathways where students could learn how to use farming equipment or things that were important to them. So I will close this answer by saying that I've tried to be what the community is looking for in terms of our students graduating and being able to be college or career ready. I've tried to make those connections with the business and with just our students and family and staff.
Thank you.
How would you address the equity gap between theme and neighborhood schools in GRPS?
Okay. So with regards to equity, closing an equity gap is kind of like what I would call raising the ceiling and the floor at the same time. You have to accelerate the floor. And what I mean by that is equity is typically, we have to decide what is it that we consider to be academic attainment. Where is it that we want students to be? What do we want them to know, understand, and be able to do? We have to decide that as a baseline first, and then determine where are our students in each of the buildings, in the theme schools versus the community schools and so on. Where are our students collectively performing? And then we have to provide what students need. Equity is, of course, not giving everybody the same thing. So students in the building will get some things that are slightly different, and schools themselves will get things that are slightly different. But in order to provide equity, you have to give students what they need. I can give an example. In a district that I worked in, we had a lot of students who were Latino and a lot of Burmese students, and what we had to do was some dual language programs where 50% of the day they're speaking their native language, and then 50% of the day they're being taught in English. That was something that was very important because, one, it spoke to their social emotional needs. They're able to bring their culture into the classroom, and they're able to move forward with learning English and finding their place in life. So closing the gap means giving the students what they need, giving each building what it needs, but making sure that we're all reaching those high levels of academic achievement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about visibility. How would you ensure your visibility in our district, and what would you do specifically?
So something that I do now that I think really works well is my staff joke because they know they're probably not going to see me till about 9:30, and that's because I'm out in buildings. I believe in getting out in buildings, and something else that I do other than just moving around and talking with staff and seeing what's going on is I do professional development on Thursdays. I personally lead the charge on that because I feel that it's important for me to have a deep understanding about the mindset of our district leaders, principals, teachers, and even our students as well. It's not uncommon for me to be found sitting at a lunch table with students eating. Others say, well, you've got a lot to do as the superintendent. How would you be able to do that? And what I would say is I would like to continue some of that. It may not be as often, but I do believe that it is necessary and important to be out in the buildings, out in the districts, and in the community. You have to inspect what you expect, and you can't do that unless you're out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to get that quote one more time, so.
I wrote it down.
Inspect what you expect.
provide some examples from your background of innovative programs that you've implemented to accelerate academic outcomes for students that lead to college and career readiness. So you got that?
Okay, so innovative programs. One thing that we recently have done is provide what we call like MRT time, and it's basically time that's carved out in the day where all students have an opportunity to meet with someone who has their vested interests. Now, it's kind of difficult to say vested interest because all staff members should have their vested interests, but this is someone who they've made personal connections with and a bond. And what we do is we have high school students, for example, at the high school, we have seniors who go to maybe 8th to 9th grade classrooms, and they get to lead the charge about what it's like to move on to their level and what they can expect and how they can be prepared and things that they need to do to be college and career ready. I think by allowing our students to have a voice and to have participation in the supports that we're providing allows for students to see the possibilities beyond what they probably imagined and know that they can be college and career ready. Another example that I would give is that we have partnership with community stakeholders for students who might be limited English proficient. I know you have like a Hispanic center, and I will use them as an example. We would like partnership with them to come into our buildings and provide some wraparound services, or our students are able to go and find computer access and get the support they need in their native languages while bridging the gap with English. So those are ways that we've partnership within the district as well as with the community coming in and providing opportunities through showcase of what's out there and what the community is looking for. Thank you.
As superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process? Please specify.
So as superintendent, it is my job to make sure that we are transparent in where we are in terms of the financing, in terms of what we need to do to meet the mission and the vision. And what I will say is that my role will be to work with my great leaders. And as I say, I've been following the district, so you've got some great leadership with regards to your business and finance. My goal would be to meet with them on a regular basis to find out, you know, what is it that we're facing in terms of enrollment or lack thereof, to determine why we might be facing certain monetary issues. Is it because we have declining enrollment, and is that something that we can do something about? So I want to be able to look at why we are in the financial state that we're in. Ultimately, my role is to make sure that I present to the board suggestions about how we handle financing to make sure that we're able to meet the goals that we're striving to meet.
What has been your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals, and who should be involved in that planning?
Short and long-range goals. You know, on one end, I want to say everybody. And what I mean is you do need to have a voice from the community, from your teachers who are in the classroom with the students, principals, and the board. But typically for determining short and long-range goals, we have to look at what's most precedent in terms of short-term goals. I call it sometimes what's on fire, what needs to be dealt with right now. And then long-term goals are goals that we visualize through planning that we would like to accomplish on behalf of the district. Short-term goals typically involves me dealing with the leadership staff at central office, building principals, and them then dealing with their teachers, and then reporting back to the board and working with the board around what we believe to be on fire, as I call it, things that we just got to deal with right now. They just can't wait. And then long-term goals are those things that we're planning for, that we build capacity along the way and get involvement and get opinion from all stakeholders in terms of what's best for the community.
What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements such as socioeconomic and education levels, languages, English language learners, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
So I will say that I have had lots of experience. Most of my life has been growing up in an urban district, and actually working as a teacher and leader in urban districts. And I will say that, for example, in the district that I worked in as a teacher, it was one of the largest districts at the time, the second largest in Indiana. And as I explained earlier, we had dual immersion programs. I myself, for 2 years, taught an ESL program, and that program was basically kindergartners who were new to the country, and I had to support them in developing and understanding the English language. In doing so, of course, you know, everything in your classroom is labeled. You're spending about 60% of the time in their language and 40% of the time in English. But that is one of the things that is a foundational skill to supporting students. Another thing that I have done is I actually taught some of the courses for our adult learners. The district that I'm speaking of had programs for parents because parents often express concern about being able to support their students when they themselves can't speak the language or read the language. So we did creative things such as, and I should say I did this because my colleagues teasing me about it, but we would do creative things like helping students to record themselves in their native language and then in English, and giving them a book that they took home that their parents could hear them read in the native language, and then the parents could hear them read in English. So that helped the students, and it also helped the adults. All in all, I have had most of my career as a child and as a leader working in urban districts. While I've worked in rural and other districts, most of my time has been spent in urban districts.
Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
And I apologize, President Grant, but I did not hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
Okay. So as I said earlier, closing the achievement gap is a strategic activity. You have to make sure that you're meeting the needs of all achievers, your high achievers, what we would call your on-target achievers, and then your achievers who may need more supports. It has always been our philosophy to help all learners move up, catch up, and keep up. So we have to make sure that they're moving up, catching up, and keeping up. And in order to do that, we provide wraparound services from the community as well as in our own schools. We do provide supports for students who might not be catching up in terms of, like, we call them resource courses where they're supported. We do double blocking. We have co-teaching in some of our classrooms. At the elementary levels, we provide strategic times where all students go out and they're able to get supports through title services or ELL services. But we do provide also in our classroom some what I call one-on-one time where the teacher is actually able to support the child at their skill level. Something else that we do that I think has made a big difference is every child has their own individualized learning plan. And I'm not talking about an IEP or an ELL plan. I'm talking about just every student understands what it is that they need to know and be able to demonstrate to be successful. And they can tell you what it is that they need to know and do to be successful. And that's not just with academics. It also has to be with behavioral targets as well, so that students are able to learn and grow. Through doing this, we've been able to close the achievement gap quite well, I will say, in my current district.
What do you consider to be your major strengths as an administrator, and what have you targeted for personal and professional development?
For myself, okay. I would say that my major strength is I am a relationship type person, but I'm visionary. So anytime I'm charged with taking on any task or just listening to perhaps maybe a parent that comes in and has concern. I'm always listening to where is it that they want to be in this conversation? What is the end? What is it that we're trying to accomplish? And I'm always good at being able to say, okay, here's where we're trying to get, here's where we are. What does it take to get there? And that's always been one of my strengths, is to think with the end in mind. Where is it that we want to be? Finding our baseline. Where are we right now? And then what does it take? That means resources, human capital, or actual like technology. What does it take for us to get there? And who are the gatekeepers? Who are the people that need to be on board as we move this ship forward? That is a strength of mine. I've always been able to do well at that. Professional development for me is around what I would call releasing, and this sounds crazy, but this is true, releasing and letting go when a student has to move out of our district, be that to jail or to a mental health agency. And I say that because if I have an Achilles heel, I'm always going to err on the safety of children. I'm always concerned about what happens with children. But I personally have to go to professional development to support understanding, Dr. Stokes, there are times when we just have to let somebody else help our children. So for me, that's been a professional opportunity, because I just believe the school can do everything. But the truth is sometimes we need help. You're welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Stokes, how would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary? And please cite any examples you might have. How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary? And please cite any examples you might have.
So thank you for that question. That is something that I've recently had to deal with. Typically, what we have to do when we have to provide some unpopular information is to talk about the research that we've done as around why we have to do what we're doing. Talk about what we have in terms of choices. And I will give you in way of an example. In our district, we did some research, and I led the charge around whether or not we should have what are called e-learning days. And e-learning days are, of course, those days, just like Indiana and Michigan, I'm sure, where you have bad weather, and we have to make that determination as to whether or not we're going to have school. Well, one of the ways that in Indiana that you can continue to have a school day is to have an e-learning day. Students are at home, but through technology, they're able to have supports for the classroom. So after doing the research and looking at our district where we were, or where we are, I should say, we didn't really have the capacity or the resources to support a true e-learning day. And my belief is if we're going to do something, we're going to do it right. We're not just going to have kids at home giving them a bunch of what I call shut-up sheets, which is just busy paperwork.
All right now.
Sorry. I've got phrases for everything, I'm sorry. But we weren't just going to have kids at home giving them a bunch of worksheets to fill out. If it was truly going to be an e-learning day, we needed the parameters set around what it is we were expecting our teachers to do to support our students, have a true academic day to move them forward. So when we shared with the team, and I admit, I probably should have shared with the team on hindsight first, but we shared with the community first. So imagine some of the team members finding out after a board meeting that we weren't going to move forward, and they were upset, and there were some community members who, some were happy and some were maybe upset a little too, but that's how you do it. You have to share the why behind what we're doing. And at this time, we're just not ready as a district. We don't have the technology in all of our students' hands. We don't have the capability. Our teachers aren't as experienced. And so until we can get there, we just decided we were not going to do it. So that would be an example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How would you prepare staff, students, and parents to address implicit bias?
Implicit bias is an interesting thing. I think you have to have not only just professional development, but you have to make opportunities for teachers to move into other settings and see why implicit biases are wrong, to say the least. We've done that by having what we call academic coaches in our district. Some call them instructional coaches, but we at times have our instructional coaches go in and take over that classroom and allow a teacher to move into another setting where they get to see a classroom that is not working on implicit bias, a classroom that they would otherwise think, oh, none of these students are going to be successful in here, but they get to see a highly effective teacher working with students. And that helps, I believe. And then there's the professional development around how we own our own implicit biases, bringing that to the table when we come in and setting it at the door as you walk in and say, okay, I will give all students opportunities. I will believe that all students can be successful, and I will lead the charge as the great leader in this classroom. Thank you.
Dr. Stokes, could you describe your beliefs in regard to innovative and alternative student discipline and safety initiatives? Can you provide examples, please?
So I will tell you that that is one of my Achilles' heel. I'm one of those type of people who I just don't want to put our kids out in the community. I do know that there are times where we have to, but where possible, I am like a hearing officer in our district when kids have to be up for expulsion. I'm one of them, one of 3. And so I'm always looking for, how can I help this child? I know that he needs to be in school. So we have alternative programs that they're not full day, but they're half day, where we can have students go there in lieu of being put out of school. And some of the things that we do is we provide wraparound services, because typically when students are having some maladaptive behavior, it's not being able to regulate their own emotions, or being in what I call a state of mind that we need to involve perhaps some mental health services. Unfortunately, we've had students who have been suicidal, or students who are very, very depressed based on things that are just going on. It's life, it's reality, but we have to support those social emotional needs. So some of the things we are doing, and I'm actually leading the charge on this, is we have SEL, professional development, for our staff, where we're supporting staff, teaching them how to support themselves, as well as how to support our students, so that hopefully we don't get to a position where we have to have students out for behavioral concerns or academic concerns and moving into alternative programs. But that is something that we are doing to support students once they are actually in alternative programs, but trying to be proactive so that we don't get them there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you tell us about, overall, just in general, your past relationships with staff, but then also more specifically with collective bargaining units?
Okay, so I do sit at the table with collective bargaining. I will tell you that in my role as assistant superintendent, my primary responsibilities when it comes to collective bargaining deal with the instructional components. However, I have worked in districts where I've actually had to deal with some of the financial parts of it. We typically meet on a regular basis, even when it's not negotiation time, because you have to build that relationship, and we have to be able to hear concerns from, some people call them unions, some people call them your foundation, but we have to actually be able to meet with the leadership that represents our teachers and or our custodians, so on and so forth, to hear what their concerns and needs are. So I've been able to sit at the table as we negotiate. One of the primary things that I believe is important anytime you're negotiating is to help them understand the money. Because oftentimes I think there's a misperception that we have more money than we really have, and helping them understand that we have to balance the budget and have a certain amount of our budget that's always available. I think for you it might be 5% in terms of Michigan's law. For us it's a little bit different, but we often have to talk about, here's the money, here's what it looks like. We give it to them. Here's the money, here's what it looks like, here's where we are in terms of staffing, here's our projections for ADM, the average daily membership that we believe we're going to have. And we talk about what's best for the district. Do we need to raise the base? Do we need to, teachers who've not had a raise in 8 years, do we need to do something for them? So it's all about building a relationship with them so that they trust us, but just being honest and transparent with where we are financially. And I'll tell you one other thing that we do with them is we talk about new laws, because every time we get new laws in our leadership, it does make an impact on our manpower in terms of things that we have to do. So we're just open and honest about all that we have to do to support. So I have a good relationship with them.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Given the changing dynamics of public education, what do you see as the critical issues for the next 5 years?
Honestly, I think with the changing dynamics, there are going to be schools that can pass referendums and schools that can't. And what I mean by passing referendums is that the money's getting tighter that's being delivered to schools, and we've got to think critically about ways to do more with the less. And I know you hear that cliche, but it's actually true. We need to begin to think about how can we combine some responsibilities possibly, and and even in doing so, maybe give, in times that are hard, giving raises to some of our staff members or teachers if they take on additional responsibilities that they are really good at, and looking at who's retiring and maybe finding out ways that we don't have to fill those positions, filling them, not filling them, but making sure that the needs are being met for those positions. So my belief is that as the future unfolds when it comes to monetary supports, we're going to have to just think leaner, and it may be districts that can pass referendums and those that can't. That's kind of what I think.
What is it about this position that makes you want to make a change at this time in your professional career, and be specific?
I love that question. So for me, this isn't a stepping stone. This is what I call final destination. I know I don't have to share this, but I am 53 years old. I've got 3 children, and I'm a grandmother of 1. So as I've talked about my past, I've always been prepared to support students and staff. It's just ingrained in me. And I've been researching this district for a while now. And one thing that really sparked me was some of the supports around your special education, things that were going on with special education. That really caught my attention. And in my mind, I thought, you know what, with my background, there's so much I can do to build bridges. And if there's any hurts, to repair hurts and just have good relationships with the community and staff. And so that's one thing that caught my attention. And then on a personal note, my fiance loves Michigan, and he has his only living sibling lives in Michigan, so he would love to be here as well.
All right, well, the final question here is your opportunity for questions. What questions do you have for us, the board?
So my question for you is, I understand that you are a wonderful working board, and I do understand that at all times you might not agree on everything. What is it that you would want from me at any given time if you are in a position where, let's just say, half and half of you agree? What is it you want from me as a leader?
Well, I want you to agree with me.
No, you need to talk to me first. Or last.
Talk to the women first. Always go to women.
All right, Ms. Lewis.
No, but really, I think what you laid out, maybe with your philosophy as far as an unpopular decision with the public, I think it will really just be that, really provide a balanced overview of, your perspective, ensuring that everyone on the board understands the rationale behind the option that you're putting forth, and really just making sure that, again, that we're aware, and I guess to some extent, I don't want to say get out the way. That's not what I mean. But I guess after you've done your due diligence to make sure everyone understands what's going on, I guess just provide your input as you see necessary, doing it, but not necessarily inserting yourself in the deliberative process.
Duly noted.
I would add to that great data. So we, the board, can only make decisions as good as our data. And so we trust our leader to come to us and equip us to make those decisions with all of the knowledge that we possibly can have. So being the host of that knowledge is very important.
Thank you. Okay.
I would also make sure that you have a good perspective from the community because I think that's ultimately the people that are telling us a decision is good or not so good. And so if you can make
Very
it relate
much so.
to the people in this room, then and the people listening online, then I think that makes things easier for all of us.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would also say that at the end of the day, you'll probably never get 9 people anywhere to completely agree on anything. But I do take pride in this board that if it is in the best interest of students, you're going to have the support of this board. And we've been really fortunate to work with a team and to work with a past superintendent who led with that. And so saying, you know, there comes limits and constraints to what we can do as a district for students, but if it's in the best interest of students and presented in that way, then you're going to have the support of this board.
Thank you.
Do you have other questions for us?
I do not. I'm just excited.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Stokes, for your time today. It was wonderful learning more about you. We are completing all 5 of our first round interviews today, and we'll reconvene on February 10th to select the top 2 to 3 candidates that will move to the second round, and they will be invited back for a visit on February 17th. So we look forward to following up with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
at least for the first one, but we're going to try to move both of them up. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Great.
See how you do it a second time.
Christian, we're zooming in. Okay. Okay, so we are attempting to contact the final two candidates for interviews today and see if we can move those interviews up since we are ahead of time today. We are anticipating the next interview being at 1:30 instead of 1:45, and if that one moves forward, then we'll start the final candidate a little bit earlier as well. If people have stepped away or are not able to catch every moment, this will be posted so that people can go back and review. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. If we can get back started. I hear that it's beautiful outside, so we want to give you guys time to have fun with
Enjoy the
that
snow.
today. Okay, so a few updates for people who may just be tuning in with us, and for in the room if you've just arrived. We do have those feedback forms. Please complete them. You can share those forms with Julie or Synovia. Synovia, if you can raise your hand. If you have feedback, for the people who are tuning in on the live stream, you can email all comments and feedback to superintendentsearch@grps.org. The direct address to the live stream is live.grps.org. And we are ready to get started.
Save the best side.
Yeah, the best part.
Welcome. We are excited to have you with us this afternoon and to learn more about you. We will have the next 75 minutes together. We will take the large portion of that to ask 24 questions instead of 24 questions, and we'll reserve the last few minutes to allow you to ask questions of us. I encourage you to give us specific and in-depth responses while also keeping our time in mind. Each candidate has been given the same amount of time and asked the same amount of questions, or the same exact questions. And we will get started. I will get you started. So if you can please take the first 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of your background and introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Darrin Slade. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I was born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland. I want to just thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and interview with you today. I've been an educator for 30 years now. My mother and my aunt were teachers, so I grew up traveling to schools with them, sitting in classrooms, going on field trips, but I never wanted to be a teacher. I graduated from college with a political science degree, and I worked outside of D.C. And in Baltimore and D.C., you work in the government, but at that time was a freeze in the government, so my mother, I'm not ashamed, my mother was able to get me a teaching job, and the job actually started the second week of school. So I was given in those days, they had all male classes. I had an all male class, and it was a 3 and 4 combination class. And since it started the second week, the teachers had a chance to pick the students to send to my class. So of course, they picked the most challenging students. So I started off with 34 of the most challenging students in this elementary school. And although I didn't want to go into teaching, I loved it from the first day. From the very first day, I loved teaching. And by me working with that challenging group, it made me just have a passion for working for that group of students. So in those days, you couldn't really sign up to be an assistant principal. Somebody had to say, that person is good, he needs to be an assistant principal. So I worked in a school, and my principal actually looked out for me, and I appreciate his assistance to this day. So he helped me become an assistant principal. I was an assistant principal in one of the most challenging middle schools in Baltimore City. And what actually happened, some of the students in the school actually went outside, and I'm just telling the truth, and they they committed a real violent act against one of the citizens in the neighborhood, so they removed the entire administration from that building, and they sent in 5 of us to go on a principal and 4 assistant principals, and it was one of the lowest performing middle schools in that city, Baltimore. But I don't know if you know anything about Baltimore. For the past 30 years, it's been on the top 5 list for most dangerous cities. So it's a real challenging situation. So we went into that challenging situation, and we were able to make some gains. After doing that for 5 years, I applied to be a principal, and I was hired. I applied 1 week, and DC Public Schools hired me the next week because, again, these are systems where it's hard to find people to go into some of their schools. So I was hired to be a principal in DC, and I actually stayed there for 18 years. I worked at the elementary. They had pre-K through 8th grade schools. I was a principal there for 5 or 6 years, and I went to the middle school, and I ended my career as a high school principal in DC. And after doing that, the whole time I was a principal, my wife was ill. She had diabetes. She had dialysis, if you know anything about that. So I had to take care of her. I couldn't even think about working and doing anything else. But she did pass away in 2016. So at that point, I said, you know what, it's time for me to move on. And I applied to multiple systems. And I was fortunate enough to get hired in Kansas City as assistant superintendent. And given my background, they gave me a position where I basically supervised all of the lowest performing schools, tier 3 schools, and I have a portfolio of elementary, middle, and high schools. So I told my boss when I applied that I want to be a superintendent one day because I don't like leaving somebody hanging. So I told him up front that I might only be here a year or 2 because once I feel comfortable, I'm going to apply for superintendent. And the reason I'm here today is I just wanted to be a superintendent. You'll hear in my interview that I like to be very honest and authentic. I wanted to be a superintendent. I didn't have any particular city, but I wanted to be a superintendent in an urban school system that matched my skill set. So Grand Rapids had an opening, but what makes Grand Rapids a little bit different is Grand Rapids is one of the few urban schools that's actually in a state of improvement. So Grand Rapids is not like some of the other systems that are in crisis. Grand Rapids is a system in a state of improvement, and you were fortunate enough, and I don't know if you're aware, like your former superintendent is like a national figure to educators like me. So because you had a superintendent who did so well, you need somebody to come in with a certain skill set. And I just think I bring that skill set to Grand Rapids. And that skill set is moving and improving student outcomes, mainly graduation, student achievement, behavior issues, and also just keeping morale high with teachers. So that's why I'm here today.
It's me. I'm taking it. Thank you. During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses? Describe your leadership style. Please include examples of how you would delegate authority and maintain accountability.
I think your leadership style is just a reflection of who you are as a person. So my leadership style basically just reflects me as a person. So some of the big things I like to focus on as a leader, if you talk to anybody that's ever worked with me, it's a few things. Integrity is big with me. If I say something, it's what I mean, it's how I feel. And if I give my word, I try to back my word up. Leading by example is important to me as a leader. I never ask a staff member to do anything that I would not do. If I ask my staff members to go outside for dismissal or to stand at their door during transition or to stay at the school for tutoring, that's things that I always did myself as a leader. You have to lead by example. Being fair and consistent are also important qualities of a leader. I try to be fair. I try to be consistent in everything I do. Even if it's something that's unpopular, I still try to be fair with it. Accountability is big with me, and accountability should start with the person on top. Accountability should trickle down, so I had to hold myself accountable as a leader. As a principal, I held myself accountable. Currently, as an assistant superintendent, I hold myself accountable. And what do I mean by that? I have 16 schools, so if one of my schools is not doing well, I have to question myself, what am I doing as the assistant superintendent for that school? I don't point fingers and place blame. I try to hold myself accountable and try to be supportive. Also, you have to have empathy as a leader. You have to understand people's situations. I had a staff member one time who would come to work every day on time, and for a week or 2, they started coming to work late. And I didn't jump to a conclusion. I went and talked to the teacher, and the teacher had found out that they had cancer. So having empathy is important for a leader. And another thing I think is really important is visibility. I've never been a leader in any phase of my life, assistant principal, assistant superintendent who sits in the office. I think you have to be visible, you have to be seen, people have to know who you are, students should know you, teachers should know you, the community should know you. Even as a superintendent, the entire city should know who you are as a superintendent. So I think visibility is important. And the last thing, you have to be able to accept feedback when you're the leader. You have to be able to accept feedback. If something, you can't get upset and well, you might get upset, but you have to just accept it and move forward and make adjustments. Especially if you work with a board of 9 people, you have to be able to accept feedback. So those are some of the things that I think have been who I am for my whole entire career, and I think those are some important qualities for leadership.
Dr. Slade, during the first year, how would you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district, and what specific steps would you take?
Okay, so whenever I go into a new situation as a leader, like when I go into a school, when I came into my current position, I try to meet with every stakeholder involved. So when I went into I was a principal in 5 schools, so I had experience going into new schools. And even in my current position, I meet with all stakeholders. So when I went into a school, for example, I would meet with the custodians, the office staff, the counselors, the social workers, the teachers, then I would break it up, the math team, the science team. I would meet with all stakeholders so I could get a feel. And I had 3 basic questions. What's going well? What areas do we need to grow in? And what can I do to support you? And to be perfectly honest, when I studied Grand Rapids and I looked at, and I'm going to keep referencing the former superintendent, that's one of the strategies that she implemented, and that's why I think y'all had success. So the way you find the strengths and the weaknesses, you look at the current data, but you also go out here and talk to people, and you talk to everybody, all the stakeholders associated with the school system, which is the teachers, staff, students, parents, businesses, board, the school board, everybody, so you can make an assessment, and then you develop a strategic plan based on all of that information.
Thank you very much.
All right. How would you build a good working relationship between yourself and the board, the school board? And then if you have any examples, please cite them.
Okay, so I would build the way I try to build relationships is just by, again, and some of my answers are going to stay the same, but it's the same thing. You have to go out here and talk and get to know people. So the way I would build a relationship with the board, first of all, I would want to have a general meeting with the board, and I would stress real. I like to use the word real. I would stress let's have real conversation. What's going well? What's not going well? What do you need from me? Also, we'll try to have like a one-on-one meeting with all the board members if that was possible, just so you could get to know me as a person and I could get to know you as a person. But the key to building any relationship is just having conversation, being real, being authentic, just getting to know who, what, and also developing like what are your goals and what is your mission, what is your plan. So that's how I would develop a relationship with the board.
Thank you. Oh, do you have any examples of board relationships?
Okay, so currently I'm an assistant superintendent, and we have a school board, and we have an executive cabinet. So the way that we develop relationships and that is we have weekly meetings. So during our weekly meetings, we're discussing different goals, we're discussing our vision, we're going over our strategic plan. And also during the course of me coming into, because I'm in Kansas City now, when I came into Kansas City, I didn't know anybody. I moved out there by myself. So the way I develop relationships is just going to the different functions, having the one-on-one conversations via work. And one thing that we did that was different from DC, we had a lot of get-togethers and team-building activities outside of work. Like we had to go to different dinners, different lunches. We went to something in an escape room. I had never heard of an escape room before, but we went to an escape room, and that really was a great way to build, because you had to work together to solve a problem. We actually went bowling, and I was embarrassed because I'm very competitive. I came in like last place. I haven't bowled since I was a teenager. So we did things like that to help build the bond and create, because it has to be a family. When I was a principal, all my schools felt like a family. The staff felt like a family because that's how close we are. As a matter of fact, you spend a whole lot of time at work, so you develop it like a family team bond. So I would try to do the same thing with the board, and I think you had to have that in place for the success that you had in the past.
I'm thinking an escape room with the board. How would that work? I'm sorry.
Well, then there might not be 9 board members.
I'm sorry. sorry.
Or it did not happen.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, sorry.
No problem. Okay. How would you recruit, retain, and prepare a diverse instructional staff?
That's an issue facing all school systems right now. I mean, if you go to any national conference, that's one of the issues that all systems, even suburban, rural, even all school systems had the same issue. So the best way to recruit teachers is to have a quality product. And I think that's one thing that Grand Rapids right now can say is that they have a quality product when compared to other school systems that are the same type. What I mean by a quality product, again, graduation rates are improving, student achievement is improving, some other areas are improving. So you recruit teachers by advertising your product. Also, I think it's also important to retain the great teachers you have. So when you hire teachers, you want to make sure you provide ongoing support, ongoing opportunities for them to because the main reason that teachers give for quitting is a lack of support. The number 2 reason would be student behavior. So you have to just support teachers and what they, make sure you improve that craft by having quality PD. And that's one thing. We have a great program, a great system in Kansas City. We have something called Networks, where any teacher who needs any kind of support, we have people that will come to the school. So if you call in and say you need some support with your math instruction, we have a team of people who will go in the next day and work with individual teachers. Myself, the deputy superintendent, when teachers call or we get word that we have teachers who want to quit, we go out and meet with those teachers individually. We go into their classrooms. We make them feel like they're part of our team and part of our family. So that's if you start to build that, then it's easier to retain and it's also easier to recruit. Another thing that we started doing, and most systems do this, but we travel directly to the colleges during certain points of the year, and we try to get graduates before they make decisions. Something that we do, and I think we have we have a great HR department. I hope I don't lose points by saying that, but we have a great HR department in Kansas City. And one thing that they do is they bring the colleges of education into our school system. Like we might have a day where this college comes into our school system and the superintendent comes down and talks to them, the assistant supes come, principals and teachers come, and we actually give out contracts that day on the spot. So you have to be very innovative now because it's really hard to recruit. We have a challenge in finding we need more bilingual teachers. So we sent a team to Puerto Rico to try to recruit teachers. So you just have to just continue to be innovative and just look at what's happening across the country. But I think the best way, the focus should be on keeping the teachers you hire, because it's always a big turnover with teachers. You lose teachers from the start. We have teachers who quit the first month of school. So you have to kind of just keep that ongoing communication so those people feel supported and they don't resign or quit.
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and in the district? Please give specific actions you would take.
Okay, building trust is important at every level. I always used to say as a principal, the students could see through you. They could tell, this is a word the students would use. They would use the word fake. They could tell when you were fake or real. So the way you build trust is just like I said earlier, it's just to maintain a certain level of integrity and consistency at all times. If you say something, you do it. If I say I'm going to come to your school and talk, we have mentoring programs in our school. So if I'm assigned a mentor and I say I'm going to go meet with my student at 3 o'clock, you have to do that. So the same thing as a superintendent, you must be able to be the same person from the day you're hired until you leave the system. You have to be trustworthy in the sense that even if something is something that the community won't like, that you're able to stand in front of them and be transparent and honest and so it's no secrecy. I think a lot of times when people have issues with trust with a school system, they feel like they're not given information and information is not shared. So a big thing with trust is just being transparent, having a certain level of integrity, being consistent and being authentic in who you are. I've never really had that issue with trust because of my upfront and direct leadership style and the fact that I'm very transparent about what's happening. I think you also should always have a venue where you can share information with for instance, if I become the superintendent, it's never going to be a situation where I'm not sharing information with the board, because then the board's not going to trust me. I'm going to try to share information with the community so the community will trust me, even if it's something like I had to do in the past closed schools. That's information you share step by step by step. So establishing trust is just based on who you are as a person. And again, it kind of goes back to my leadership style, just having integrity, being consistent, meaning what you say, and just being an overall good person and caring about students.
What will you do to address and promote the social, emotional well-being of our students and staff?
That's probably one of the, as I said, I'm responsible right now for 16 schools. Most of my schools are the lower performing schools. And the reason a lot of our students are not performing in those schools is because they experience trauma. For instance, last week, it was 2 weeks ago, I had to sit in a conference where it's a family who is homeless, and the child is in a homeless shelter every day. And during the course of them being in the homeless shelter, the father was arrested. The mother found out she had cancer. And that's why the child started to not perform well. So this happens for a whole lot of our students. There are just issues that our students face now that we probably didn't have to really deal with when we were coming up. So you have to have supports in place in the schools. You have to have mental health counselors. You have to have social workers. You have to have outside support from different agencies. Like we have community and schools in our system. We have city year. You have to have multiple supports to address the urgent need right now for the social and emotional issues that students have. I mean, it's just, I can't think of any school that's not impacted by the overwhelming number of students who face trauma-related issues. So I think you have to have a team in every school. And also I think you have to have people in central office who are focused and passionate about that. Passion is also very important. You need people who are passionate and assigned to these different positions. So just having social workers, mental health people in place, and also the top has to see that as important, and that's something I see as important because I know how it impacts students when they deal with trauma every day.
What is one decision that you've made recently that you would reverse, reconsider, or modify?
Okay, so like 3 weeks ago, and I hope my boss is not listening, she's gonna get upset about it, but I'm gonna just be upfront. 3 weeks ago, we were talking about some of our low-performing schools, and again, I'm fortunate and lucky enough to work with a team of people who we are just passionate about education, so we kind of sometimes move too fast. So one of the schools I'm responsible for is a middle school, and it's one of our lowest performing schools in the district. So we were trying to think of how can we provide additional instructional supports for these students without disrupting the regular school day. So we developed a tutoring plan, a plan for where myself, the deputy superintendent, we actually go into schools, and we have also a team of central office staff who we're going into this middle school 2 times a week to provide instructional support. So we were real gung-ho, and we developed the plan, but what we didn't do, and I'm taking the blame for it, what we didn't do is just think about some of the dynamics of having central office staff assigned to a school 2 days a week. For example, yesterday was a day Thursday was a day that I was supposed to be in this building providing tutoring. And what I mean by tutoring, we each have a class of students. I think I had 20 students I'm assigned to. I used to be a math teacher, so I'm teaching math 2 days a week, 2 hours after school. But since I wasn't going to miss out on this interview, I had to come up here and fly into Grand Rapids, and we missed the tutoring session. So the mistake we made is just planning something real quick without thinking about all the dynamics and all the different situations and nuances of that. So a decision that I would have reversed that we just made 3 weeks ago is I think we should have moved a little bit slower, even though we were passionate, we were doing it for the right reasons, and it hurts us to see children. And another reason we did that is because, going back to the previous question, two of the math teachers had resigned. We had some teachers who had to leave at school, so we didn't want the students to be short instruction. So the reason we did it was the right reason, and we were very passionate about it. I think we just had to move a little bit slower and thought it out a little bit more thoroughly, and then we wouldn't be missing. Because my group kind of attached to me my first lesson, and I feel bad that I wasn't there with them on Thursday. So that's the decision.
With theme schools, IB schools, and Montessori programs.
Okay, I was lucky enough to be a principal of a high school, my school, H.D. Woodson STEM High School. So we had, it was a STEM school, but we also had like a magnet program in the school. And we didn't really say theme schools, we said like magnet schools. So the programs in my school were informational technology, engineering, and computer science. So we had a group of students who took part in that program, but we also had the traditional high school program. So I'm very experienced with that, the pros and the cons and some of the issues that revolve around that, because one issue is staffing. It looks good on paper, but it's hard to find a robotics teacher sometimes, okay? It looks good on paper, but sometimes you have students who don't want to be in this program. I don't even go off on that. So in other words, there are a lot of dynamics that come along with that. Currently, I supervise 16 schools, and I have a few schools in my portfolio. We have an African-centered school. It has an African-centered curriculum. My system is kind of small, 14,000 students. So we have 2 Montessori schools, and we have two IB schools. And although I don't directly supervise these schools, since the system is so small, I'm still involved in the decision making around that. So basically what I'm trying to say is I know the dynamics of having theme schools, IB schools, Montessori schools in the system, and some of the unique advantages of that and some of the disadvantages. Like one disadvantage in the systems I worked in is that sometimes the perception is that some schools are better than other schools, and you have a situation where you might have one school where it's busting out the seams and it's a waiting list. You might have another school, which normally is the traditional school, where they're losing enrollment. So one of the keys is just making sure that all the schools are equal and students are provided resources in every school that you have. And it's kind of hard to change the perception, but again, it goes back to just creating a product where the perception in the community is that all the schools are even. And that's kind of hard to achieve. And that's something that a lot of urban systems are working on, just making sure that you don't have a 2-tier system in your school system where some people see this group of schools is better than this other group of schools. So again, I'm fully aware of the dynamics of having these schools. It's great that you do have certain schools everybody wants to go to, but you have to make sure that all of your schools are moving in the right direction.
Excuse me. Tell us what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community, and please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
We have such overwhelming challenges in some of our school systems that you have to partner with outside agencies. You have to partner with colleges and some of these nonprofit organizations. My entire career as a principal, and I just stopped being a principal 2 years ago, so it's still in my heart. You can tell I love it. So when I was a high school principal, we partnered with Georgetown. They came in and they provided after-school tutoring for us. We had students. I also had an AP program in my building. So we had tutors who came in to provide additional support because it's hard to pass that AP test. We wanted to that was one of our goals, is to have more of our students. And when I walked into school, we had 0 students who were passing. When we left, we had more than 0. It was only 6, but that was a big gain from where we started off. So the Georgetown program, they came in and they provide tutoring. I'm currently in Kansas City, and I will say it's an overwhelming level of support from the business community and the educational community in Kansas City. I've never seen such support. I want to name the particular schools, but like they provide support and they fund us for PDs. We have a lot of PDs for teachers that are funded through, I'm going to say the agencies, Kaufman, Schools, Smart KC, because I appreciate that support. And they just fund PDs for us. They fund training for us. Sometimes, I don't know if you even get to the point of, sometimes when you're having meetings for teachers, you don't want to have teachers in a meeting hungry, so they even help provide food for us. So basically what I'm saying is that, and I can't speak to Grand Rapids, but I've never worked in a system where we didn't need the support of the business community and the education community to help support our students with just improving student achievement and also building capacity with teachers as it relates to providing quality instruction.
Thank you.
How would you address the equity gap between theme and neighborhood schools in GRPS?
Okay, so I like the way these questions are connected. Okay, so I think when I spoke earlier, I was just speaking to the fact that there does appear to be an equity gap. It is an equity gap in the sense that in some of our magnet schools, some of our theme schools, and it's not something by design, but in some of those schools, you have our more seasoned, more experienced, more successful teachers who go to those schools. So as a result, sometimes the instruction is better in those schools, which means the outcomes are better. And some of these schools are application schools in the systems I worked in, and sometimes the climate in those schools are better. So the perception in the community is that these schools are better. The way you address that gap, honestly, is just to make sure you improve your traditional schools. And I'm currently, again, over 16 schools, and I will say last year and even currently this year, the 16 non-theme schools that I have are the most improved schools right now in terms of attendance, some of the most improved schools in terms of just moving student achievement in a positive direction. So the way you address that equity issue is just to improve those schools. Make sure you align your resources with need. If some of your lower performing schools need an additional reading interventionist or math person, that you assign that person or those staff members to those schools. So you look at data and you make budget related decisions and staffing related decisions based on that data, and you address it like that. You also go into the community schools, the neighborhood schools, and you talk to the staff and the parents. How do you feel about this particular school? What can we do to improve this particular school? And you take action on that. You also go to the theme school and you say, what can we do to improve this school? You never want to sell your theme school short, because people will leave your school system if you start to take away from the theme schools and just focus totally on the neighborhood schools. So the overall goal is just to improve all of your schools and to change the final product and the image, and then change the perception, and then you won't have some of these equity issues.
Dr. Slade, you spoke about visibility earlier. How would you ensure your visibility in our school district, and what would you do specifically?
It's just hard for me to sit in the office, and I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. I would just be constantly in schools, constantly out in the community. I came up here, like I think 2 days ago, and yesterday I had a chance to visit a few of the high schools and middle schools. And one of the things I liked about Grand Rapids is that I would be in one school and I would look at my GPS and put in the next school, and it would say 4 minutes. So I was able to move from school A to school B to school C to school D in a very short period of time. So that being said, it's no excuse for anybody who leaves this district not to be visible and not to be in every school, because you could move from school to school to school. Also, it's important to have community forums, community groupings, and outings where you're providing the community with a chance to meet with you and have FaceTime. I think it's good to go directly to the community, find a rec center in the community or a business in the community that will sponsor it, and just constantly stay in the community, constantly stay in the business world. As a principal, I used to visit churches on Sunday just to voice, and I always worked in schools that had a bad perception, so I would have to go to the churches and stand up and follow protocol, but also just voice some of the positive things that were going on in my school. So I think the superintendent has to be the biggest cheerleader for the system. They have to be the one who promotes the system, who changes the perception. And the good thing about Grand Rapids is a lot to brag about. It's a lot to promote. So I would have a schedule being a superintendent, but I would stay outside of the central office as much as I can, just to keep promoting the great things happening in Grand Rapids, because you never have enough students. I know it's still student populations here that are choosing not to attend our school, so you still want to bring those families into our school system.
Thank you very much.
Can you provide some examples from your experience background of innovative programs that accelerate academic outcomes, especially for students leading to career and college success?
Okay, so we had and it's not as innovative now because everybody's doing it, but like when I was a high school principal, and I do it in my current position now, we had a real focus on college and career readiness, and not just increasing graduation rates, because a lot of systems are increasing. In my high school, we went from a 48% graduation rate to an 80% graduation rate, but I wanted to make sure that diploma meant something, we were just not handing out diplomas. We were handing out diplomas that meant that if you get to receive a diploma from this particular school, you could go into your first year in college and be successful, because that's not the case. It's really not the case in a lot of situations. So what we started doing is just making sure that we push some of our more rigorous academic programs like AP and some of the engineering programs that we had in our school. So I think what we need to do here, I mean, I'm not saying we need to do it here, but what we need to focus on is just making sure that students are prepared to meet the rigor that's involved at the college level so they don't go to school and get into a college and not finish that first year. Also, I think internships are very important. I was never, you heard me tell the story about being a teacher. I mean, so I went to schools with my parent, my mother, and I thought I didn't want to be a teacher, but I eventually did become a teacher. But I think we should expose our students to as many opportunities and experiences as possible. Let them go see what it's like to be an accountant. Let them see what it's like to be a nurse. Let them go out and see what it's like to be a CEO. So one thing I really want to push is just having that internship experience, because as they say, a picture's worth is better than just talking about it. So just making sure that we partner with the business community so our students have internships. And I think every student should be exposed to multiple employment experiences before they graduate from college, so they know what even know what you want to do or you know what you don't want to do. But I think we should give them those options. I don't want any student to graduate from high school where they haven't been exposed to multiple employment opportunities. So I don't know if you have internships in place now for all high school students, but I think that has to be a big part.
Thank you very much.
As superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process? Please specify.
Anything dealing with money, I don't want to be the sole person making the decision. In any way, shape, or form, I've seen that go the wrong way at many points during my career. So as it relates to the budget, I think like if anything else, you have to look at data. You have to look at data and say, so what are the needs for students right now and teachers right now at this point in our school system? Again, I do know prior to 2012, like Grand Rapids was in some crisis based on their test scores and the graduation rate. So the focus for the budget would have been different in those days compared to right now. So right now, the way you would do, you would just look and look at the data. So what do we need to focus on now as it relates to the budget? And once you do that, you bring in all the stakeholders. Okay, teachers, what do you feel like the system should focus on as it relates to the budget? Talk to parents. What do you think our focus should be as it relates to how we spend our budget? Of course, the board would play a major role in that decision making. So again, as it relates to budget, I think you look at the needs of the school, you conduct the needs assessment for the district, you look at what's working, you look at what's not working, and you base your budget on that. Normally, well, in all school systems, most of the budget is spent on staffing, so staffing decisions related to budget are very important. And I think we've seen gains in our current system because we decided to spend more money on reading intervention, math intervention supports. And one thing we talked about earlier, I think it would be wise to spend additional funding on supports for students in trauma and social emotional supports, because that's a big issue facing our students. So basically, just looking at the data, looking at the need, and adjusting your budget based on that. You could tell a lot about a school system based on how they spend their funding.
What has been your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals, and who would be involved in that planning?
Who's ever lucky enough to get hired for this position, they're walking into a situation again where it's been ongoing improvement. So this is not a system, again, as far as I'm concerned, of course there's room for improvement in every system, but this is not a system in crisis. In no disrespect, the system was in crisis prior to 2012. It's not at that state now. So I would develop, again, by working collectively with all stakeholders, what are our goals based on our current data? Our graduation rates have improved, our student achievement rates have improved. So what are our three big issues that we need to focus on right now? And I think we would make long-term goals based on that. I also like to use state data and state averages to determine goals. So for instance, our graduation rate improved, but are we still above or below the state average? So using the state average as it relates to student achievement, reading and math scores, all the metrics associated with student outcomes, you use the state average to determine where you should go. But again, I think the long and short-term goals are collectively developed based on, again, ongoing communication with community partners, parents, teachers. And one thing we do in Kansas City that is something that is kind of new for me is like we have student town hall meetings. We have student focus groups where students kind of let us know how they feel about how things are going. So I think including even students in that long range and short-term planning is important, but using the data sets, using the information we have, that's how you develop short and long-term goals. But this is something that can't be done in isolation. It must involve all stakeholders. But the good thing about Grand Rapids to me is that, and we use this analogy, so Grand Rapids has won the championship, now it's time to win the Super Bowl. That's the analogy I think is a good analogy to use.
What experience have you had in working within a community of diverse elements, such as socioeconomic and education levels, languages, English language learners, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
I think my experience is a little bit unique because I've always worked in the most extreme cases. I spent 10 years in Baltimore City, 5 years as a teacher, 5 years as an assistant principal. And you have to understand, again, when I tell you that in a city with 600,000 people, you have 400 murders a year, a city that's 80 square miles, it's a very small city, but you have 400 murders a year. And that's all stemming from extreme poverty, extreme drug use. So being a teacher and administrator in that system, I've seen the most severe situations. Then going to DC, where you're in the nation's capital, where you have extreme wealth, but you also have extreme poverty, that also impacts students. I will say my situation now is more diverse. I have some of the highest performing, I have 2 or 3 of the highest performing schools, I should say, and I have the 14 lowest performing schools. So, and this system I'm in now is very diverse, very similar demographics to Grand Rapids. So I'm working with 40% Hispanic population, a large percent, I would say more than 15% white, Asian population. So it has given me a chance to work in all types of schools. So I have a vast amount of experience working with diversity. Again, we have a big focus now on trying to make sure that our students who speak Spanish, they're being treated fairly in the sense that they have that language spoken in their school when needed, because it's hard. That's been our big push to try to find more bilingual staff members, also to make sure that students can see people that look like them in the classroom. That does make a big difference. So again, my experience with that has been, that's all I've ever done is worked in schools where you have high levels of diversity, multiple languages speaking in schools, extreme levels of poverty. And I will say now, I'm working in a system where you have extreme levels of poverty and extreme levels of wealth. For example, I have a school now where, like, if a teacher resigns, it's not an issue with the budget because the PTA can raise money to supplement that. So I have a great level of experience working with diversity in every area.
Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
I think that's one of my biggest strengths, improving student outcomes, specifically student achievement gaps in reading, math, science, social studies. And that's something that has happened here in Grand Rapids, one of the few urban systems where you've actually closed gaps for subgroups. I want to commend you for that. So my experience now, again, I work with the lowest performing schools in Kansas City. 13 of my schools last year that I worked with, they had gains in reading and math. We actually, for the second year, we closed gaps against the state. And the way that's done is just to make sure you focus on instructional leadership. So all of our PDs with principals now focuses on ensuring that principals are instructional leaders, that principals are in classrooms, providing feedback to teachers, that we're providing PD for teachers, we're providing additional supports during the school day and after school for students and teachers to become better and build that capacity so that you see numbers and outcomes grow. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that students have basic skills. It's no way you can survive in today's world if you can't read at grade level and do math at grade level. And I've always worked in school systems where we had a substantial number of our students who are not on grade level. That's probably the biggest challenge that we face in our current district, is that even though we're making gains, we still have too many students who are not on grade level. So the way that we've started to close those gaps, and the way we did it when I was also a high school principal, is just basically providing quality instruction every day by building teacher capacity, providing PD that aligns with teacher need, providing an additional, if a child is 2 or 3 grades below, you have to provide an additional instructional time. So we would carve out time during the day for that, meaning like if the child was assigned only an hour reading each day, we would make sure the child had 2 hours of reading by providing those additional time frames. So providing additional time, making sure you had quality instruction taking place every day, making sure you had the best teacher possible in the classroom. If that teacher is not where they should be, supporting that teacher and building the capacity by having strong PD. And also making sure that we have principals who are instructional leaders, because again, when I started in education, you didn't hear that word instructional leadership. That's a big thing now. It's just making sure that teachers are instructional leaders, and also that I like to hire principals who were great teachers. I think you have to be a great teacher. To me, well, I think it's a good thing to be a great teacher, then become a assistant principal, then become a principal, because you understand what happens in the classroom. You understand what it's like to go home and plan for 2 or 3 hours, and then you come in the next day and you have students who might not be 100% motivated. You can relate to that. You can empathize with that. So the way we move student achievement in my current system, having quality PD, having overwhelming support for teachers as it relates to improving their craft, and then increasing the amount of instructional time that students are exposed to quality instruction. And that's the same formula I had as a principal, and I had success in that way.
What do you consider to be your major strengths as an administrator? What do you consider to be your major strengths as an administrator, and what have you targeted for personal and professional improvement?
So my biggest strength, I would say, is that I've always considered myself an instructional lead, and I just kind of spoke about that. And another strength I think I have is the ability to make sure that whoever works with me feels supported. I like to conduct home visits. I send out a weekly newsletter every week to the principals I work with, and part of that newsletter says, if you need any support in any way, shape, or form with students, parents, anything, I'll provide that support. And what most principals call me for is issues related to behavior. So we had a situation in one of our schools. It was a neighborhood situation. We had some students who wanted to start off, I don't want to use the word gang, it wasn't a gang, but it was some neighborhood. They want to start neighborhood groups that resemble gangs. They started to bully students in school. So this happened like a month or two ago. The principal called me to come in and speak to, it was all males. It was like 15 males in the room, and we didn't want to suspend the students. We just wanted them to understand we were not going to tolerate bullying. We were not going to have any situation where any student felt unsafe in the school. So I came in and I had some real strong conversations with the students. I explained to the students that as a principal, I would lose a student every year to murder. Every single year as a principal at the high school level and middle school level, I would lose a student to murder, and I would tell them how some of this bullying stuff would escalate to that situation. So what I did to support that principal is that I went and knocked on 10 doors that night after school, and I went into living rooms, and I sat in living rooms with families, explaining to the families, and please understand, that's way more powerful than out of school suspension. When the assistant soup comes and knocks on your door, and he's in there with 5 or 6 of your family members explaining, I'm here to knock on your door today because your child did this today in school, and we need your son to understand that bullying is wrong and picking on people is wrong, and this is the support we need. So I think my biggest strength as a leader has been just that instruction, that being an instructional leader, and also just providing support that's not the norm. That just having that open door to provide support to whoever I work with.
All right. So
Oh, sorry. I thought I said this. Okay. What have you targeted for your personal or professional?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about
I
that.
thought it was me.
I'm sorry. Don't I get carried away. I'm sorry. It's 2 things I'm trying to target and working on myself. You have to be very honest with yourself. I've always been, I'm from Baltimore. I was raised to be very confident. So I'm trying to work on not coming across too confident where it's insulting or disparaging to the people I work with. I try to provide overwhelming support. I don't want my confidence to be taken the wrong way. And also, I'm trying to work on that work-life balance. I had a sick wife, but I would stay at work till 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night sometimes. And again, she passed away. And as I look back, I could have went home sometimes a little bit earlier. I could have not been as focused on work. So those are just two of the things that I'm trying to kind of work on. It's just, I tend to get very serious about my job and education, and sometimes I'll stay at work 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and I sometimes miss some of the other things I could be doing. So I guess just that work-life balance, and also kind of just being more humble in my, I'm a humble person, but it may not come across like that. So I'm trying to work on that.
All right, great, thank you. Dr. Slade, how would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary? And cite any actual examples you might have.
Okay, I didn't think this at the time, but we had to close. I was a principal, and I had to actually close 2 schools. I had to close the pre-K through 8th grade school that I worked in, and also had to close the middle school that I worked in. And this was actually documented. We had a documentary done on the middle school. But when we closed, and when I worked in DC, when you were a principal, you had to do everything. You had to come, you had to close your own school. You had to meet with the whole community. It wasn't like central office came out to help you. So both of these decisions were very unpopular with the community, because these schools had been in the community for decades. So the way we closed the school was that basically we just used data. Like, we're closing this school because of enrollment. This is our enrollment. These are our enrollment numbers right now. This is where our capacity should be. So based on that, we're trying to right-size this whole school system. So I guess the way I deal with difficult situations just by basically sharing data and being upfront with parents, community, teachers. This is the situation. This is the information related to the situation. This is the plan. I'm providing you with the opportunity to provide input, and these are the next steps. And when we did close that school, the big questions for parents was, what's going to happen to my child? Where's my child going to go? Is my child going to be safe? We answered and resolved those issues. The big questions for teachers and staff: will I have a job? And then my second school was a situation where everybody was not guaranteed a job. So one thing I did is I tried to work with all my colleagues and stakeholders that I knew in DC, and I can say that I kind of made sure that all my staff members had a job before we closed that school. So I think the way you deal with difficult situations is just by sharing information, being upfront, being honest, and using data to support what you have to say and what you have to follow through on. And I think all systems have had to deal with that before, and I think it's something that it's kind of a formula to it, and that's my formula.
Thank you.
How would you prepare staff, students, and parents to address implicit bias?
This is an area I'm very passionate about, and I grew up being pulled over by the police constantly, and sometimes I didn't feel it was fair, just for no reason, being pulled over by the police. And I see this carried out in schools. I go into schools now, well, not now, but when I first started in this current position, I would go into schools and see the same students in the office when I would go into some of these schools. And these students had the same characteristics. I'm not going to get into the characteristics. And I never forget, I met with one principal, and I brought this up to her. I said, why are these same students always in the office? And the principal was very honest, and she said, we're having implicit bias issues with some of our staff in this building. So I will say one of the undertakings that my superintendent, when he came on board, was to kind of address this, have the discussions about implicit bias, because it's very real, and it impacts students in a negative way. And it impacts students by them not being called on in the same way, instruction not being provided for them in the same way, students being sent to the office because of whatever reason, and also students being suspended for whatever reason. So it's a real issue in our schools, so it has to be addressed. And one thing that we just started to do was have conversations around it. We had a book study. I think the book study was very effective, because one thing, when you start talking about implicit bias, it does invoke emotion with staff members. I mean, we had an implicit bias training for central office last year, and some of the people in central office were kind of upset about the nature of the training. So the way you address implicit bias is just to be honest and recognize that it exists, and also just try to have staff development and training and discussions, open and honest discussions to address it, and keep the focus on how it impacts students, how it makes students feel when they have to deal with that. So I don't know if you have it in place now, but I think it's very important to have some kind of implicit bias training for all stakeholders in the school system. I think you have to have those discussions. You have to acknowledge that it really exists, and you have to also talk about how it impacts students in a negative way when a student is sent to the office or not treated fairly in the classroom because of the way they look or where they're from or their economic status. And that's a real situation that we have to address currently in my current system and all the systems I worked in, as a matter of fact.
Please describe your beliefs in regard to innovative and alternative student discipline and safety initiatives. Include examples, please.
And I think I said to you, I've been doing this 30 years, and I was trained in that Joe Clark era where we suspended. I was big on it. I mean, they used to call me like a Joe Clark type principal. I was big on suspensions, and the reason that I stopped doing that is that I think my second year as a high school principal, we were mandated to decrease our suspensions. So I met with my staff and I told them that we are no longer going to suspend students like we used to suspend, and we always had mediation, but we started doing more things to keep students in classrooms. And the reason I started becoming a big supporter of restorative justice in some of the other areas is because that first year when we stopped sending students home, we would send students home for cutting class, minor stuff, being late to class, 'cause that's how we were trained. When we stopped doing that, we saw major gains in student achievement. We saw major gains in graduation rates. So that made me a believer in some of these alternatives. So now I'm the biggest supporter of trying to keep students in school. I'm a big supporter of restorative justice. I'm a big supporter of, like you heard me say earlier, home visits, parent conferences, anything that keeps students in schools. But that's also a unique and complex issue, because I'm also a big supporter of letting teachers know I'm not going to allow a student to come into the classroom and throw a desk at you or cuss you out without consequences. I'm a big believer in students having consequences too. So that's a very complex issue. And again, I think we've had some success in some of the schools that I worked in, because even though I want students to know that we're supporting them and we're not going to send them home, we're going to do everything possible to keep you in school, you also have to come into a school and understand you're going to respect adults, you're going to follow the rules, and you do that by just ongoing messaging. At the end of the day, it's about building relationships with students, talking to students. I used to always let my students know when I was a principal that I was not a perfect student. I didn't cuss teachers out, I didn't cut class, but I would fight. I know I'm gonna lose points by saying that, but I would fight as a young person. That was my vice. So just letting students and children know that the things that you're experiencing are normal, and we're trying to provide you with an alternative to doing some of these things. So instead of fighting, let's work this out through conflict resolution. Instead of cussing the teacher out, it's another way to address that. Also, I'm a big believer in working with parents and having discussions with parents. And one of the big things I do, again, you heard me talk about support. I go to parents' homes and have conversations with parents. For instance, when kindergarten students and first grade students are missing 50 and 60 days of school, that's a parent issue sometimes. And I've had difficult conversations with parents, letting parents know that you are responsible for sending this child to school. And sometimes the parents are not happy with me, and they've even called downtown on me, but those are the things that have to happen. So I just believe in doing everything possible to try to keep students in school, but the key is just building relationships where students feel, again, I like to use the word family. Like I always had students who saw me as their uncle, their father, just building those relationships where you're seen as family. And I think that makes a big difference. And we've had an overwhelming success. In my current position, we've reduced suspensions in a major way. When I was a high school principal, we had the most reduced suspension rate in the whole DC metro area, so I take real pride in that.
Thank you very much.
I think you've been doing this as you go, but tell us overall about your past relationships with staff, but be specific in relationship to collective bargaining units.
I've always had great relationships with our union representation and all the school systems that I work with. I've been doing this for a long time, so I've seen situations where teachers were not treated fairly. Even when I was a school teacher, I sometimes did not agree with the administration. So I'm very big on just having ongoing communication with unions and the union rep. In my current position, I have a monthly breakfast with our union representative for the city. I'm currently on the negotiations team for our system, and that we actually had that this week, so I had to miss it. It was actually yesterday, so I didn't have a chance to take part in that yesterday. But at the end of the day, I just think that you need to make sure that teachers are treated fairly, that work conditions are fair, and that, because if not, that impacts morale, and that impacts retention, and that impacts student achievement. So I think that union relationship with the board and the superintendent is very important. Just letting the union know and teachers know that they will always have a voice and will be able to make, and they have the option to let us know their concerns, and that we'll always be transparent in our goals. Because sometimes you're not going to agree and everything. Like, I know as a principal, I would do stuff like saying I needed all teachers to have their lesson plan on their desk, and that became a union issue. But I needed that to happen because it impacted student achievement. So the way we worked that out is just by talking, and then eventually we were able to work that out. But I think that collective bargaining and having a union is important. If not, it leaves room for people to be treated unfairly, and I think everybody has to be treated fairly. Thanks a lot.
Given the changing dynamics of public education, what do you see as the critical issues in the next 5 years?
I think the most critical issues we face right now, to me, I think, and I don't know if it impacts Grand Rapids, but I know in the system I'm working in, you have a change in population in some of your urban core areas. I know in Kansas City and DC and Baltimore, it's a lot of gentrification going on. Students are being displaced. So that's been a real impact on some of the things that we're doing in school systems. Also, the fact that you have increased diversity in our schools now. You have schools where you have multiple languages spoken. You have needs for that impact staffing. You want to increase your level of staff who look like the students they teach. So I just think the increased diversity is a big issue. As I said, gentrification is an issue, and I think safety is a big issue now. You have every other month you have situations on the news where you have these extreme violent acts where people are taking actions in schools. So safety is a big issue, gentrification, increased diversity, and in the systems I worked in, just the relationship between the public schools and the charter schools has been an issue. The way it impacts school buildings, property, all of that. So gentrification, diversity, safety, charter schools, and just increasing rigor. I think as a country, I think we need to make sure that we continue to increase the rigor in our classrooms so we can compete globally. Every year our country is losing in terms of we're going deeper and deeper and deeper on the list as it relates to achievement. So I just think making sure our rigor is aligned with the rest of the world so we can compete globally. Gentrification, diversity, safety, and I forgot the other one, but those are the biggest issues that we're facing right now.
What is it about this position that makes you want to make a change at this time in your professional career? And please be specific.
Okay, I was a high school principal, and I never even thought about being a superintendent, never. So my assistant superintendent kept saying to me, man, you should be a superintendent one day. So he signed me up for a superintendent class, the AASA class. I'm sorry for using these, but that class. So I took the superintendent class, and I said, you know what? I think I could be successful in that. And again, I had a sick wife who I had to take care of, and she was on dialysis 3 days a week. I had to take her to dialysis at 5 in the morning before I went to work. So when my wife passed away, it kind of created a new life for me, and I was in a position where I could look into being, because I like to go through the process. I think it's good for you to be like assistant principal, and I know some people have not done it like that, but for me, I like to try to go through the process. So once my wife passed away, and I have a 23-year-old son who's grown and independent, so I just opened the door for me to start to think about becoming a superintendent. But since I've always been so passionate about schools, you can't work in the schools I worked in for 30 years and not be passionate. So since I'm so passionate about schools, and I turned 50 in October, so I think this is the point in my life that I think I have enough experience now where I can stand in front of any group and have some credibility. I can stand in front of a group of principals and have credibility. I can stand in front of a group of teachers and have credibility. I was a teacher's aide for a year. So I think given my experience and my success, it's brought me to a point in the fact that I no longer, because if my wife was still living, I would still be a high school principal, because that kind of came first. But given that what happened, I'm in a position right now that I'm really ready to be a superintendent. And I also think that I could make a big difference, like I've made a big difference in the situations that I had. And I'm going to share this. So 2 weeks ago, they had because you talked about staff. 2 weeks ago, they had the Teacher of the Year program in DC. It's a big deal. They have it downtown and where the Wizards used to play. 20,000 people show up. So the teacher of the year was one of my former teachers, and I'm not really emotional, but it did touch me that she stood up on the stage and said, I want to thank Dr. Slade for A, B, C, D, E. And that just meant the world to me that somebody that I worked with 10 years ago is still giving me credit for where they are today. So that's kind of the impact that I like to have on staff, where you, even when you're not working with them, that you have inspired them and moved them to a point that they give you credit. So I used to always say I've always felt like I made a difference with students. So I'm at the point now in my life going as I get to be this age that I'm making a difference with adults. So I think that's the difference. That's the point I'm in my life now, that I can make a difference with students and also inspire adults to do better and do what's best for students.
All right, this is the last question, and it's your opportunity to ask us questions. So what questions do you have for us, the Board of Education?
I had to give you a real question. So you had a former superintendent who to me is a superstar. I mean, it's hard to fill the shoes of somebody like that based on what I've read and what I've seen. So what is your major expectation or goal for whoever you hire? Because again, whoever accepts this position, they're coming behind somebody who's done great things, and I'm just assuming it's loved in the city. And if the person is not of a certain caliber, it's gonna be a difficult role for that person. So like, what is your expectation for whoever you hire? Because you had somebody, and you have to take credit too as the board, you have really moved student achievement and kind of changed the perception of the school system in the city. So I do know it's gonna be a difficult choice. So and I might be losing points asking this question, but what is your expectation for the future superintendent?
Well, I will say that you will have the same board, so I'm sure the success will be. But, I would say that, you actually mentioned it earlier, is that the strength was her ability to find out what was working and to build on that, and to focus on moving what wasn't working into that. And I think that's the same kind of thing that we'll need now, is to really get an assessment of what's working, which is more obvious now. And then get a sense of where you need to invest. And so I think that you already seem to have a sense of what that work looks like.
I would also say that she was an amazing leader to work with, and the work that she did with her team included clearing the way for this next phase of work that we must do. So you hear us talk a lot about those times, as you refer to those 2012 times and things like that. But now that work has been done, and we speak as individuals, but we've spoken of this a lot. So I think my colleagues would agree. Now we have culture work to do. We have curriculum work to do, systems work to do, so that that transformation, that growth can live on past the people who are here now and affect others. So in my mind, it's not so much the shadow of who you're living in, but building upon the foundation that's been set in place.
Yeah, I think what I would add to that is that looking for a person that'll be their own person. I think that the board, I think the community, I think staff are ready for the next phases because they know the work that they need to do as well. They have a vision for the city and for the children that we serve and the families that we serve. And so honesty, we don't mind a good challenge as a board in terms of presenting data and presenting perspectives and then wrestling with those issues, because we want the same thing. We want the achievement of our students and the well-being of our staff, and so we welcome that.
I'd like to add, from numerous conversations with the previous superintendent, one thing she's always stated to me is make decisions in mind of our students. And she's like, as long as that's your focus, this community will rally around you. And so I would encourage you to keep that in mind as well.
I think also having that clear vision of, of closing the achievement gaps for all students. You know, we have a very significant, diverse population here of students, and there should be equity for all. And when we look at our data, we should be able to look at the state's data and national data and say, where are we and how close can we get to the goal of at least having some comparative measures and outcomes so that we can hold our head even higher.
Do you have any other questions for us?
I just want to thank you for providing me with this opportunity to come in and meet and talk to you today. I actually enjoyed, this was enjoyable for me. It didn't even really seem like an interview. It was actually a good chance just to have some dialogue. And also, again, I won't say it because sometimes you don't know when you work in the system. It's been some great work happening in Grand Rapids. Like I said, increasing enrollment, increasing student achievement, closing gaps. And this is something that's not happening in every other system. So I do want to just commend the board and also the community because I think it takes everybody to have those type of outcomes. So again, I just feel honored and fortunate to be able to sit here and even interview for this position. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, and we'd like to thank you for your time today. It's been wonderful having a chance to get to know more about you. Today, we are completing all 5 of our first round interviews, and we will reconvene Monday, February 10th, to select the 2 to 3 candidates that will move to the second round, and they will be invited back to join us on Monday, February 17th. So you will be hearing more from us on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, Dr. Pruitt.
We're gonna sit right here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We just angle for camera action and whatnot, yeah.
Welcome, Dr. Pruitt. We are excited to have you with us today, and so that we can have an opportunity to learn more about you. We will have 75 minutes together, and we will take the bulk of that to go through 24 questions. At the end of that, we will have time for you to ask questions of us. We encourage you to give specific and in-depth responses to those questions, but also keep in mind that time. Each of our candidates today have been given the same amount of time and asked the same questions. And so we will also do this in a round robin format, and we will get started with the first question. Please take 3 to 5 minutes to give a brief overview of your background and introduce yourself to us.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to meet all of you and express how I might be a really good fit for the district to help move the district forward. I'm originally from Indianapolis, Indiana. That's where I was born and raised. Very athletic in high school, but I was one of those students that I didn't get a lot of attention with regards to academics, and so I was very active in athletics and the arts. And upon graduating, I made the decision to enlist in the Marine Corps, which was one of the best decisions I ever made, not only just to serve my country, but then the skills and lessons it taught around leadership, around teamwork, really set me up for my career in education. After the Marine Corps, and during the Marine Corps, I had the opportunity to attend Purdue University, where I majored in elementary education. And what I like to tell people is, upon graduating, my wife got 2 votes, I got 1 vote. We ended up in Chicago, Illinois, and I started my career with the Chicago Public Schools as a first grade teacher. I also tell people that I really feel sorry for those first grade students that got me straight out of the Marine Corps. It was a rough year. It was a rough year for me. I think it was more of a rough year for me than them, but a Marine straight out of the Corps, being thrust upon first graders, it was a very interesting year. I had the opportunity to teach both elementary school and middle school grades. When I was teaching middle school, I was tapped and asked to apply for New Leaders for New Schools. New Leaders for New Schools, at that time, it's currently called New Leaders. It's a national principal preparation program, a year-long internship where you're paired with a high-performing principal, learn the trade and skills that it takes to be an effective school leader. After that year internship, I received my first contract as a principal at O'Toole Elementary School on the south side of Chicago. Very successful with building relationships with the community, with the parents, with the students and teachers. And we had a lot of success turning the school around with regards to significantly increasing math and literacy scores. And this was the time in our nation where iPads and technology were coming to the forefront, and we were really innovative and had the opportunity to get some grants to purchase iPads, and so technology was a huge part of our success around turning things around at O'Toole Elementary. After about 5.5 years as a principal, I had the opportunity, again, was asked to apply to be a deputy chief of schools, again in Chicago Public Schools. And so I applied, was hired, and then had the opportunity to serve about 30 schools on the south side of Chicago, wide range from elementary to high schools, and was very successful. Again, in Chicago, we have local school councils, and so every school in that city has a mini board whose job it is to select the principal, approve budgets, but then also hold the school accountable for the academic goals that they set for that school. And so really integral in building relationships with the LSCs. We also have what we call community action councils in Chicago. And so building relationships with these, we call them CACs, that help support the schools in their respective neighborhoods. And then 3 years into being a deputy, I was recruited down to Houston, Texas, where I became a school support officer and then was promoted to area superintendent. At this time in Houston, we had about 44 schools that were underperforming, and I was asked to help, along with the team, to create a plan of support that would help move the schools out of improvement required. After about a year of planning, we implemented the program in the city, and 28 out of the 34 schools that I supported were improvement required. And so we were very successful with identifying supports around leadership, around instruction, around school design, around family and community engagement. And we were really excited about the potential around this partnership between community and district around supporting schools. At the end of that year, I was again recruited back to Chicago to support their initiative around what they were calling the high school refresh. The way the schools were organized, area superintendents had a portfolio of elementary to high schools, but they split them up and only had high schools together. And so I was asked to help come and support that work with the high school refresh to help significantly improve outcomes for our high school students and the communities. At the beginning of this year, after a year of work as a chief of schools for a high school network, I was promoted again to deputy chief of high schools, where I'm supporting all the high schools in the city of Chicago. And we're currently looking to develop a secondary strategy around how can we ensure the success of all of our students by beginning in pre-K and what we envision our students to look like by the time they graduate from high school. And so I'm really excited again about this opportunity, and I think that my experiences in the classroom, both elementary and then as an administrator supporting elementary and high schools, really set me up to support this board and the team here in Grand Rapids around significantly improving outcomes for students.
Thank you. Can you describe your leadership style and include examples of how you would delegate authority and maintain accountability?
So I would say that my leadership style is collaborative. I think that in order to drive for results, being a collaborative leader is imperative. Not only do you want to provide people that you're working with and the team that you create an opportunity to give feedback, but you also want them to push back on ideas professionally that help move the district forward. And the way you hold people accountable, especially in the role of a superintendent, is you have to allow your leaders to lead. But in order to do that, you have to set realistic expectations. And so my expectation with regards to department chiefs would be to establish goals for each department. Based on those goals that they set for the department, we come back to these goals regularly. Not necessarily performance management, but throughout the school year, based on the goals that you set, you are basically pressure checking. You know, are we on the track of reaching the goals for this year, no matter what the department is? And again, the goal for setting goals is central office serves schools and not the other way around. And so the way you hold a team accountable is the board sets the goals, performance goals, and operational goals for the district, and then it's incumbent upon central office to ensure that we're establishing goals that line up with the board goals and have a strategy to support that plan moving forward.
Okay, Dr. Pruitt. During the first year, how might you go about determining the strengths and weaknesses of our school district, and what specific steps would you take?
I should have passed this out as I was shaking your hands, but if you could take one and pass it down. And I'm not going to be able to go through the entire document, but this is a general outline around how I would enter into Grand Rapids. I'll wait until everyone has the folder. So if you turn to page 2, it's a brief introduction, but then the entry and learning plan is my first 100 days. And so upon entry, I'm going to assess the strengths and challenges and opportunities of the district, establish a positive presence in the community by being out in the community. And so being out in the community means I'm visiting schools, I'm meeting with board members, I'm meeting with our internal and external stakeholders, establishing relationships with internal and external stakeholders, establish a broad-based coalition of support for the development of a plan. And so I'm very aware of the plan that's been put together by the district and the need to engage in strategic planning further in order to push the district further. So my transition goals, Dr. Flores, would be assess the strengths and weaknesses of the district's central office departments. We want to make sure that our departments aren't doing the same work, and they're very focused around what their goals are and their strategies are lined up with those goals. Assess the strengths and weaknesses of the district's performance management system. Assess the district's current political landscape. Establish a positive superintendent board relationship. Establish positive working relationships with administrators, teachers, and support staff. And establish positive relationships with community and key partners. And then as you go on, there's on page 3, it outlines 3 different phases of my entry into the district. And so listening is listed once, but it can't be overemphasized. Upon entering a brand new district, listening is very important. With listening, we go then into planning and then into leading. And then the document is, I believe, very extensive around what I would pay attention to in my listening in those first 100 days. Briefly listening to the school board, internal stakeholders, students, and external stakeholders. Also, I think it's very incumbent upon me to look at our business and finance health, the health of our teaching and learning. So what are our opportunities and gaps with regards to teaching and learning? And then also looking at communications and technology within the district, how we're using data, what data do we have available to us to make really good decisions. And then just looking at general district information with regards to audits, different reports that are available from the state and internally. And then looking at also human resources as far as our staffing, how we're staffing our schools, how we're staffing central office to support our ultimate goals in the district. And then phase 2 just goes into the planning aspect of my entry with regards to meeting with each board member individually to understand how you would want me to communicate to you, how we communicate as a team, how we distribute information, and how we move the district forward. Then again, also planning with internal stakeholders, the team internally, and then how we engage our partners outside of the district. And then the final phase is around just leading. My plan would be at the conclusion of these 100 days is to present a plan around how we move the district forward based on what I've learned from all the people in this community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you may feel that you've addressed this question, but feel free to expand. But how would you build a good working relationship between yourself and the board? And if you can give some examples along those lines.
Absolutely. And so I started off by saying meeting with each individual board member. One, I think that part of the interview process for the board and for me is to figure out, is this a good fit? You know, is my resume, outside of my resume, do you get a sense that you'll be able to have a conversation with me outside of a board meeting or have coffee with me? And so I think meeting with each individual board member is really important for us to learn about one another, what your expectations are, what your goals are for the district, and how we can line that up with all 9 members on the board. I also think that it's also with regards to the working relationship, how I interact with the president is really important, because how we disseminate information, how the board requests information from me and my staff is really important, because one thing that's really important in order to move the district forward is we need one voice with respect to the goals and our strategy on how we're going to get things done within the district. And so I would be very interested from each board member around how, especially the president, how information is communicated, who's the lead communicator within on the board. I'm the representative of the board, and so of course I would be expected to be out there communicating the vision and mission and strategy around how we're going to ensure that all of our students are successful. Also, an example of this is in my experience with developing strategic plans for schools and for districts, I've had the opportunity to develop these plans, but then also, before we get into the boardroom in front of the community, sitting down with each board member and going through a school's strategic plan. That way they clearly understand what the school is doing. Is it lined up with the board's goals and values? And then outside of the school, presenting the district's plan strategy to each individual board member is the way I've maintained really good relationships with board members, by communicating frequently, and then giving them the information that they're actually asking for.
How would you recruit, retain, and prepare a diverse instructional staff?
Recruit, retain, and train.
Prepare, yeah.
Prepare.
Mhm.
So my experience in both districts that I've worked in is success breeds success. And so as the district is more successful, that's our marketing towards our universities and colleges around why teachers and support staff should be interested in coming back to Grand Rapids to serve this community. I think also something else vital to recruitment is employing our principals, teachers, and district staff with going back to the universities that they graduated from. You recruit by having the people that are being successful in the district go back and brag about their school board, brag about their school, brag about the kids that they're serving. I also think you recruit staff with looking at how we compensate our administrators and teachers, how we, what our facilities look like. And so if I'm coming to Grand Rapids to be a teacher, do we have some of the state-of-the-art facilities to attract these young teachers who want to give back to the community? With regards to retaining, I think that the way you retain, well, I know the way you retain teachers and administrators is how you set up pathways within the district to keep them within the district. And so if I'm a non-teacher, if I'm a staff member in a non-teaching role, is there a pathway for me if I wanted to become a teacher assistant? Is there a pathway for me to become a teacher? If I'm a teacher within the district, is there a pathway within the district through our HR and leadership development departments to become an assistant principal, or to become a counselor, or to become a social worker? And so I think the pathways you set up for staff help to retain those staff members, those team members within the district. Again, I'm gonna go back to how we compensate our staff. You know, are we competitive in the region, compared to the school districts that surround us? Retention is also tied to how we prepare our staff to do the work that we want them to engage in on a daily basis. And so if I'm a teacher coming into the school district or an administrator, is there complementary professional learning to support my growth and development as a teacher? And then as I get better as a teacher or administrator, again, is there a pathway of professional learning that supports my level of expertise in my particular field to support the kids that I'm serving or the school that I'm serving?
What would you do to build trust and promote confidence in the superintendency and in the district? And please give specific examples or actions you would take.
I think the only way I'm going to build trust with the board, with the community, is by meeting with each of you, communicating with each of you on a consistent basis, being responsive to your needs and questions that you have about the district, keeping you up to date about not only the good things, but the challenges that we may be experiencing within the district. The way I build trust in the community is being out in the community. So again, part of my first 100 days, it's important that I visit every single school in the first 100 days. And based on the size of the district, that's totally doable in the first 100 days. And visiting schools to actually talk to teachers, talking to students, but then outside of going to schools during the normal school day, bringing principals in to talk to them, meeting with different school student groups, meeting with the unions around how we can have a better partnership around supporting our kids here in Grand Rapids. And I think the way you instill confidence is by being transparent and being transparent and communicating what's going on in the district and what the needs of the district are. And I actually think that starts, the way you instill the confidence and be able to communicate that is by having a strategic plan that is clear and is tied to outcomes for students. It's not dictated by the needs of adults. And so if we have a strategic plan and in your transformation plan that was created, one of the things that really connected with me was why West Michigan needs Grand Rapids to be successful. And one of those reasons was it reflects the community's commitment to ensure that every child achieves their academic potential. And if we have a strategic plan that's the foundation, then me communicating with parents, our nonprofit, external partners, university partners, it'll be very clear around, we have this plan, how can you help support us reach this goal around the success for every child in Grand Rapids? And so I think it's communicating, being personable, being approachable, and being responsive to the needs of the community.
What will you do to address and promote the social emotional well-being of our students and our staff?
Well, social emotional learning is not a response to all the bad things or the behaviors that we don't want to see in students. Our students and our adults come to us with many needs. And I think that, again, with the foundation of the strategic plan, the way you promote social emotional learning is how you resource it within the district. And so if we have a belief in the social emotional well-being of our staff and our students, how is that reflective in how we staff that at the school level? How is that reflective in how we resource it within the district to support our schools? So I think we have to be very clear that if we really want to promote social and emotional learning, and it's a priority, then the resources that we allocate to the schools need to be reflective of that goal. But then also, because we don't have unlimited resources within the district, as a superintendent and then using my staff, how do we then reach out to our university partners, our nonprofit partners around supporting this goal or this need of some social emotional support for our students and the adults that are serving them?
Thank you.
What decision have you made recently that you would reverse, reconsider, or modify? What one decision?
So I think you said reverse, modify, or
Reconsider.
removing a principal or a team member from the district is always a tough decision. But making that decision is always hinged upon what's best for our students. But then, once you make the decision to remove someone, as I have, I'm always reflective around, did I personally do everything I could to coach up that principal or teacher or central office staff member around the job that I actually wanted them to do. And so as far as reconsidering or modifying, it's always being reflective about my own practice as a leader around the types of supports that I've provided a team member that's working with me and for me to help to set them up for success. And so the removal of someone is something that I constantly come back to as far as, would I reverse it? If they're harming kids, no. If it's professional in nature around the removal, then yes, I can always reconsider around how to modify that decision or possibly reconsider it. But student safety, I would never reconsider or reverse that decision around removing a staff member.
Thank you. Tell us your experience with theme schools, IB schools, and Montessori programs.
So for the past 10 years, I've had the opportunity to work with IB schools. Unfortunately, 10 years ago in Chicago, we did have to close and reconsolidate schools within the district. But with the closure and consolidation, we have the opportunity to consolidate those schools and build programs around IB, around STEM programs to support that community and schools. In Houston, I had the opportunity to work with dual language schools that range from Spanish, French, and Mandarin. And what was unique and exciting about that work is the dual language program started in elementary schools. And what we were attempting to do is build a program that allows students to have access to dual language programs from elementary all the way to high school. There's nothing more exciting than seeing a student in first grade fluent in the language that they're learning other than English. With regards to other opportunities as far as special programs, I had the opportunity to work with a school that was strictly focused on project-based learning. I supported a medically themed school This year in Chicago, we had the opportunity to open a STEM early college program. I've had the opportunity to work with early college, dual enrollment, dual credit programs in our high schools. In addition to, and I'm actually very proud of this, working with CTE programs. One of the changes I think that for our secondary programs and the pathways that we're setting up for students is that college isn't the end destination for all students. And so in addition to our selective enrollment schools that have a focus on college, we also have, I've also supported many schools with CTE programs, and then also programs that are geared towards getting students into a career or trade schools upon graduating from high school.
Okay, Dr. Pruitt, please help us understand what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and the business community. And please mention the partnerships that have developed as a result of your leadership.
So I'm really excited. I'll start with the nonprofit partnerships. I'm really excited about a partnership that was developed this year with a nonprofit funder that's provided us with an endowment in perpetuity to support post-secondary success. I can't mention the name, but the program is focused solely on post-secondary success, and we're actually in the process of selecting our first cohort of schools to support this effort. And the idea is, how do we support schools with giving them the funding, but then also giving them support around building out freshman through senior seminars around post-secondary success? How do we ensure that we improve our persistence numbers once our students leave high school and enter college, career, or trade school? And this partnership, this external partnership, allows us to be much more innovative around what individual schools are doing to promote post-secondary success, college, career, trade school, but then also persistence within once they get into college. Within higher education, I've had the opportunity to work with the University of Houston when I was in Houston around developing clinics in our represented areas and schools that were basically almost medical deserts, where the families didn't have ready access to medical facilities. And so this allowed us to identify where these clinics should be established within the district. And we actually put the clinics in the schools just to support not only our numbers around getting physicals and vaccinations, but then access to high quality health care in those neighborhoods that needed them the most.
Thank you.
How would you address the equity gap between theme and neighborhood schools in GRPS?
So when we talk about equity, I think that we have to be on the same page with regards to what we all mean by equity. And so is equity just we're going to give we want all the students to perform in the same way? We're going to give everyone the same thing? Or are we looking at equity of curriculum? Are we looking at equity of how we budget and fund schools? Are we looking at equity of how and what the facilities look like within the district? And so whether it's a theme school or a neighborhood school, again, the foundation of equity is the strategic plan that we establish and the goals that we establish for the district. And so if we believe that all students can be successful within that neighborhood school, are we setting students up for success? And are we giving that neighborhood school the resources that they need? And by resources, it can be funding, it can be people, it can be external resources, it can be additional staff members that we assign to that school until they show the ability to move student achievement and teacher practice forward. And so the issue between equity is, what exactly are we talking about? Academics, finance, human resources. I think we have to put everything on the table if we're going to actually address the equity gap. In addition to the things that I've mentioned, we also have to look at how we staff those schools with school leaders. We have to look at how we staff the schools with teachers. Are we putting the right people in front of the students to get the most out of the dollars that we've been held that we're being held accountable for? And so the equity has to be looked at across the board under many different categories, and it's just not an issue of money. It's an issue of how we contribute to the success of each child, no matter what zip code they live in.
All right, you've answered quite a bit of this question, but I'll pose it because it's the question that I'm assigned. How would you ensure your visibility in our district, and what would you do specifically?
So again, outside of, I can't overstate how important it is for the superintendent to actually be in the schools, talking to teachers, talking to the lunchroom staff, talking to the maintenance staff, talking to principals. But outside of, and that's an important piece of, I believe, the job is being out there listening to the people that I've been hired to serve. I think it's also reaching out to our university partners, our city partners, and really listening and figuring out, based on this goal of having all of our kids be successful in the district, what is it that we need, and and how is it that these external partners can support the goals that the board have established for the district? And so it's not an issue of a partner wants to give us something. We have to make sure that what they want to give lines up with the goals and the priorities that we've established. That way we can make sure that we're actually going to reach the goals that we've established for the district. And so again, it's listening, it's acting, it's being present, it's being out in the community, out in the communities, and listening, whether it's a theme school or a neighborhood school. Let the parents and the communities tell me and my team what they need in order to be successful, and how the district can support their students and the families in the city.
Thank you very much.
All right, can you provide some examples from your experience of innovative programs that have accelerated academic outcomes for students, leading to career and college success or readiness? So your experience with any programs that have accelerated academic outcomes.
So I think I talked about it earlier. In Houston, I had the opportunity to be one of the planners around, it was called Achieve 180. And so I was one of the core team members that developed the program to support our underserved and underperforming schools, elementary, middle, and high school within the city. And so within Achieve 180, and you can go in and look this up, we focused on leadership excellence, teacher excellence, school design, family and community engagement. And what made this unique is that we didn't look to the school around designing the program or identifying where they're going to get the funding to support this. We looked at how can the district support the goal that we want. We have 44 schools that were improvement required, not meeting standard. And instead of looking to the school, we said, okay, this is what the district can do. We can provide incentives for our highest performing administrators to go to these schools and support their growth. We can recruit our best teachers within the district to go into these schools and provide support to the students. And we can provide incentives around how they perform over time. We can look at how we design our schools. Are the schools designed in a way and scheduled in a way that maximize learning for our students and give opportunities for teachers, to come together and have opportunities for safe practice with regards to professional learning. And so part of Achieve 180 was we designed professional learning for our teachers and our school leaders every Wednesday. And so for the entire year, in 34 schools, the elementary to high school, we brought principals and teachers together every Wednesday for professional learning, tied to literacy and mathematics, to drive the results that we wanted on student performance.
Thank you.
As superintendent, what would be your role in the budgetary process? Please specify.
So fiscal health is, very important for any district, and so my role would be to ensure that the funds that we do have in the district get pushed, as many of those funds get pushed down to the schools. And so this points to what we value is how we resource our schools. And so if we value social and emotional learning, then how are we funding that in the school? And so my role in the budgetary process would be I have every department within the district identify what their budget is. And so basically approaching from a zero-based budgeting approach. Based on what you've been assigned to do within your department, what resources and funding do you need to get that done and to support schools and to support schools? And it's also incumbent upon being involved in the process with regards to how schools budget the funds that they receive also. Whatever the process may be with regards to who's supporting principals and their teams creating the budgets, it's a matter of reviewing it and lining that up with the priorities of the district. My role, again, would be to be hand in hand with the budget chief to ensure that the funds that we said that we were going to use are being used. How are we using those funds to approach facilities and maintenance? Are there opportunities to build new buildings? Are there recommendations from the budget chief around potential bonds to support, again, the goals and the strategic plan for the district? And so my role would be to be hand in hand with the budget chief and be part of the budget process from beginning to end.
What has been your experience in determining short and long-range district goals, and who is involved in that planning?
Would you repeat it one more time?
Your experience in determining both short and long-range district goals. Who's involved?
So my involvement has been both at the school level, working with school principals and their teams, but then also looking at and working with central office, superintendent, and the cabinet. And so short-term goals are related to how we're spending current funds within a school year. but then also my experience has been with long-range planning. What are our projections for enrollment 5 years from now, and which could potentially impact the number of facilities that are needed, number of staff that are needed, how we recruit staff and retain. It impacts retirement. Do we have a forecast around how many teachers or administrators are retiring? Again, that impacts how we go out and recruit. And so long-range planning looks at academics, it looks at curriculum, it looks at human resources with regards to staffing schools. And then also within that, it's opportunities for potential growth in the district, and then preparing the board and the district for that growth, and the city for that growth within the district.
What experience have you had working within a community of diverse elements such as socioeconomic and education levels, languages, English language learners, culture, race, and ethnicity? Please explain in detail.
Absolutely. So I think I'm consider myself lucky. Again, I've had the opportunity to work in two very diverse cities in Chicago and in Houston. Houston touts itself as the most diverse city in the country. As far as diverse, I've had the opportunity to work with families and students from impoverished neighborhoods to more affluent backgrounds. And with regards to EL education, Houston, again, its proximity to Mexico and Arizona, New Mexico, it was a really good training ground for me with regards to dual language, bilingual education, as far as how we're setting our kids up for success, that they do come to us as an English language learner. Also, very interested in supporting students' transition, and then how Grand Rapids approaches bilingual education in schools, and how we're supporting bilingual education in schools, and the opportunity for our students to become biliterate within the district. Again, both Chicago within race, as far as the race is very diverse, African American, white, Latino. It would be unfair to name races, but it's both. Again, both districts are very diverse, and I've had opportunity in both to meet, to work with all the communities that represent all through our community action councils in Chicago, the LSCs that exist in Chicago, in Houston. It was really just reaching out to the communities, having community meetings with families around actions that we were taking within the district.
Please discuss in detail successful efforts to narrow or close identified achievement gaps in your current district.
So working with high schools, one of the things that we're very focused on for our students is what we call Freshman on Track. And so Freshman on Track is a metric that tells us in a student's freshman year how likely it is that they are going to be able to graduate and be successful in college and finish high school. And so Freshman on Track has been one of those measures that have allowed us to eliminate some of the gaps within performance, and then and address not only academic needs of our students, but then also social and emotional needs of our students. One of the way we've approached that is on the academic side. Not only do you have the chief of schools and operations manager that are supporting the schools, but on the social and emotional side, we have SEL specialists that have been assigned to the schools to support principals and teachers around restorative practices, peace circles, and supporting discipline and decreasing the levels of discipline actions that are taking place in the schools. And I believe that that helps eliminate, if not decrease, some of the gaps of performance that we're seeing in our schools and by our students. Another area that I focused on has been AP potential. And so this is an area where we can significantly decrease performance gaps by looking at, based on the assessments that are taken in Grand Rapids for our rising freshmen, of the students that are going into the schools, who have the potential to be really successful in AP or pre-AP classes, and who can we push into dual credit or dual enrollment classes to help support those students. And just even if a student isn't able to get the top score on an AP exam, just being exposed to AP has been shown to have significant impact on students and their success in high school and in college. Another area around closing these gaps has been the district's approach to algebra. And so there's significant research around if we allow students to take algebra in 8th grade, 7th or 8th grade, and earn high school credit, that changes the trajectory for students once they enter high school and puts them on a different path. And so if we can even the playing field, and again, I don't know if we already do this in the district, but are we providing access to algebra for all of our students in the middle grades? And then what are we supporting for that transition from 8th grade to 9th grade to help support, to set our kids up for success?
What do you consider to be a major strength as an administrator, and what have you targeted for personal or professional improvement?
I think a major strength of a leader is their ability to listen and bring a team together. And the leaders that I've seen that have been successful listen to their teams. They're able to identify people who complement their weaknesses, and I've seen them be the most successful. With regards to the second part of your question,
what have you targeted for personal and professional improvement?
So for personal and professional improvement, it's really the idea around systems thinking, supporting so many schools now in Chicago. What is it that I can do, or what learning can I participate in that allows me to establish a system of support for the school leaders and these principal supervisors that I'm working with? And so I think that if we approach it, for me, if I approach my work through systems thinking, thinking also around how we improve a district to improve schools. And so this idea of improvement in science. And so what cycle of learning are we constantly in to ensure that, one, we're looking at data, we're being reflective, and we're providing an opportunity for ourselves to react to the data and this reflection in a way that serves the needs of our school leaders, teachers, and more importantly, our students.
Do you have a particular personal idea for your improvement?
And so for my improvement, I have coaches and mentors that I continuously talk to. Attending conferences is useful, but more importantly is that the people that I choose to interact with and get feedback from with regards to the plans that have been created have been the most useful to me. And so the mentorship and coaching that I receive is really the majority of how I seek to grow as a leader, but then also the conferences that I attend allow me to learn about what's new, but then also having the opportunity to present my work that I've done is also a way to help improve my understanding of what I'm doing as a school leader.
Thank you. I just want to give a little bit of a warning. So we have about 18 minutes left, and
6.
6 minutes left? Oh, I'm like, okay, and we have about 6 questions
Okay.
to get through.
Okay.
So just wanted to give you that. We can take some of your question time to complete these questions, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a
Okay.
heads up. Thank you.
So, Dr. How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but that you deem educationally necessary, and cite any examples that you might have?
So again, we have to do what's best for kids. And so communicating with the board members, letting them know of the decision, and then also communicating that decision to the public and being transparent around why that decision is being made. An example, I've had to remove administrators from a school. And it's a decision that hasn't been popular, and to a point where staff and students are angry about it. However, the way you approach it is because I'm confident and the team's confident in that decision that's been made. You go to the staff, you listen, you go to the community, listen, you hold your ground, hopefully with the support of the board or whatever governing body that you have, and then you continue to provide resources to help that community understand and heal around the decision that you've made. But I think that if when I've made a decision that's been in the interest of student safety or in the best interest of the district, again, it's just being very open and communicating that decision to the board and to the community around why that decision is being made.
Thank you.
So then how would you prepare staff, students, and parents to address implicit bias?
One, addressing implicit bias doesn't happen in one PD. And so if we're actually going to address implicit bias, it would be my goal to work with the professional development department to ensure that because we've identified implicit bias as an area of concern and an area of growth for our team, this is something that we're going to constantly come back to and integrate in our professional learning that we have in the district, both for our administrators and for our teachers, and ensure that it's connected to the work that they're engaged in.
All right, will you describe your beliefs in regard to innovative and alternative student discipline and safety initiatives? Please include examples.
So I was talking earlier to the chief of staff, and he said that you don't have SROs, and so he was very proud of the safety within the district and the security officers that are in the schools. And so I think that within how we address safety is one, our security officers receiving continuous training, and are our schools prepared for incidents that may occur that may impact student safety. With regards to being innovative around our students and alternative measures for our students, we're doing some really innovative work in my current district around how we identify students and support students that may leave school, drop out, and how we reintegrate them back into the district, with the goal of no matter where you drop out, there's a pathway for you to graduation. no matter how old you are. And so I think that the innovation is in what is the district willing to do, and what resources are they willing to assign to help our students that potentially drop out. Thank you.
All right, tell us about your relationships overall with staff, and then more specifically, collective bargaining units. And I know this doesn't come much in Chicago, but you know, if you have any experience with this, it'd be appreciated. So.
You're out.
So my relationship with staff, again, is collaborative. I think that based on what we're asking staff to do, it's imperative that, one, they know who I am. They understand, again, the vision and mission. But then also, you know, we're in this together. Just like I would expect to work with, I would expect the board and superintendent to be a team of 10. The staff have to understand that this is a team effort, and we're all moving in the same direction. And the only way we get people to move in the same direction is by continuously talking to them, being transparent about where we're going, how we're getting there, and when we do have to have tough conversations, giving them the information they need to make good decisions. With regards to collective bargaining, I didn't have a direct role in collective bargaining in Chicago. My role this year, last fall, was really in support to support schools during the strike, the work stoppage. And so it's we set up hubs for students during the 11 days of collective bargaining, but I didn't have a direct role this past fall in Chicago.
But overall, your relationship is with
Say it
staff.
again?
Just positive relationships with staff.
Yes. Yes.
Given the changing dynamics of public education, what do you see as the critical issues in the next 5 years?
So I really think that the critical issues looking forward is how we address the widening gaps of performance between student groups, and how we use our resources to eliminate those gaps moving forward. I think that our families are doing as much as they can to support their children, and we need to figure out how we as a school district identify a differentiated approach towards support for all of our students moving forward. And so it seems to be getting in education more complex, and it's just not what we're doing in the classroom. Our students are dealing, we are seeing instances of mental health issues in our schools, how we're dealing with our students with IEPs, the social and emotional impacts that we're seeing in the classrooms. And so moving forward with dwindling resources, how can we be smart around using those resources and getting the most out of the dollars that again we've been responsible for utilizing.
What is it about this position that makes you want to make a change at this time in your professional career? And could you please be specific?
Great. So again, I spoke about it earlier, but again, I was really drawn to the transformation plan, and then the reasons why Grand Rapids need to be successful. And so I know you already know this, but I'm just going to speak, talk about it a little bit. So you want high quality city schools that contribute to the economic vitality of West Michigan. You want to produce a quality workforce. You want to contribute to quality of life to attract and retain families in West Michigan. And then you want to ensure every child achieves their academic potential and enters adulthood ready for college, career, and the global market. And so I've had the opportunity to work in two districts with multiple superintendents that had similar approaches to the work. And so for me, professionally, what better place to be and to move forward than in a district that is positioning itself to focus solely on the needs of students. Personally, so that's professionally. So personally, I've heard great things about Grand Rapids. My father lives down in Three Rivers, Michigan. It keeps me in the Midwest, close to family, in Chicago, Three Rivers, and Indianapolis. And again, talking with the chief of staff, this is a great place to raise a family. And so I have my son that'll be graduating high school this summer, and then I have 3 younger ones that I'm looking for. When looking for the superintendent position, you want to work in a district where you would want to raise your family in, and you also want to work in a district where you see yourself growing professionally and personally with a community and a city that's demonstrating that it's growing. And so that's my main reasons for wanting to pursue this position with Grand Rapids.
Okay, this is your last question, and it's an opportunity for you to ask us a question. So what questions do you have for us, the Board of Education?
Absolutely. Again, thank you again for this opportunity. When you think about the upcoming school year and having a new superintendent, what challenges should I anticipate coming into the role?
Well, I can start. I think you'll probably find that you'll have a tough act to follow. Our previous superintendent and the gentleman who's serving now have been with the district for a long time, and they sort of know who we are. And I'm looking forward to, we have to make a change. We're going to make a change, and so things will be different. But obviously, I think I can speak for people on the board that most of us had a very positive relationship with our superintendent, and that's what I would hope we could have in the future.
Thank you. So I had the opportunity to read, it was a 2018 document. I think it was a listening tour for your development of your strategic plan. And so you identified 3 strengths around talented, supportive, and dedicated staff, diversity of the district, and variety of options and pathways for students. So that's that's another reason why it's exciting to want to work for this community. But some of the concerns were around staffing, and specifically, I'm getting to my question. Staffing was around levels of staffing, SEL, student discipline, behavior, mental health, and special education. So could someone just speak to what work needs to be done in your opinion around student behavior, discipline, mental health? And then I guess my third question after we finish that question would be, what are some growth areas or what are some gaps with regards to special education?
I think, well, to some extent, I guess I'll be honest. Obviously, many of us here, we have an interest in being on this board for a variety of reasons. I don't know if any of us have the in-depth professional ability to provide the response that you may be looking for. I'll be frank, I think that's a question I would be looking for you to answer to the board as far as offering recommendations, suggestions, your thinking, and then using us as a sounding board to maybe talk through some of those things. But I guess in an attempt to answer that, I would say that I think we will be looking in regards to the discipline piece, some opportunity for some innovative strategies that keep students in the classroom as much as possible, while at the same time maintaining an appropriate balance of order in the education environment, I suppose. So again, what some of those things might be, board members always have opinions, but I don't know if it really would be our place to give definitive answers or responses to that.
But as a parent, with regards to special education, or just in general, how students are being treated or worked with regards to discipline, incidents of discipline. That's why I was thinking as a parent, not necessarily as a board member, because I have a child with a 504 plan, and so is the edge of growth for the district around how we are reviewing IEPs consistently? Do we have a system set up to review IEPs and be responsive to the needs of the kids that have the IEP or a 504 plan? Do we have adequate staffing? Is that the next edge of growth? And so it's not necessarily policy right now, but just as a parent, it was called out in the document. So I think it's probably important. I know it's important to the board because it was mentioned in the community.
Yeah, I would say that what you're referring to are the challenges that we have to, I think that there's, you can find a lot online about our successes and our improvement over the last 7-8 years, but you've also identified some of the key issues. And I would just say staffing is, from my vantage point and not from, is that I think that that's going to be a challenge consistently is adequate staffing to support. We probably need more humans working in all of those areas, and I would just say that that's where we're at right now. But again, I would agree with Mr. Ross on some of the specific expertise to answer that question. I would say that having someone that, focuses on these areas that you're discussing, such as staffing and special ed, would be something that the board will ask of you.
I would like to also jump back to your first question. And so appreciate Miss Lewis's input, but also just to respond to her input, we had 7 years and honestly 40 years with an individual who was a wonderful leader, but it may not necessarily be filling those shoes because she built a wonderful foundation for the next person to build upon, and she left an amazing group of individuals that are going to embrace this next leader in a wonderful way, including the individual who was willing to step up and serve as interim, but he's really excited to work with the next person as well as the rest of the staff. And so we're all excited to do that, and we don't see it as a competition at all, but just the next phase of something really great. And not saying that I'm differing from anything that was said, but just want to reiterate that.
I'd like to say that, certainly looking at the district, the biggest challenge, I think, is looking at what systems are in place that work. And, your 100-day plan certainly begins to address that. And I think that, we all have a sense of urgency about improving the district's overall academic performance, although we've made great gains, and we're proud of those. We'd really like to meet state averages and perhaps even higher than that. And so I think those are our collective goals. And then how do we best ensure that all of the special populations are adequately served in an equitable manner, and that we actually achieve the academic outcomes that we know we're capable of achieving. So I guess the team spirit there is important. So we need someone to take us to the next level.
That was my final question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate having this time with you today to learn more about you. You have helped us complete our 5 interviews for the day. You are our final round. We will be reconvening on Monday, February 10th, to choose the 2 to 3 candidates that will move to the second round, and they will be invited back to visit us on February 17th. You see Dr. Baker and Dr. Flores, they're ready to get out of class. So we look forward to contacting you and following up with you, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Are we still live streaming? I have a quick note for the live stream. Okay. So we wanted to reiterate that those interviews will be posted and will be available for people to review, and that you can still send feedback. You can send feedback, we would say by noon on Monday, so we have time to compile it and review it, but that feedback can be sent to superintendentsearch@grps.org. Thank you.
So, one more.
Forget what we had.